Okay, we'll call the meeting to order, 10:43. Okay, we'll just get started. Verlin, we'll call the meeting to order, 10:49.
Here. Here.
Here. Here. Thank you. Okay, we'll get started with the agenda. First on the agenda, we have Tribal Council minutes, February 7th, 8th, 17th, and 28th. Take a look at those and
I have one question.
okay.
Madam Vice Chair, I was just wondering about the RFP for the tax lawyer. Have we gotten any applicants yet?
I decided not to RFP it. I'm going through our legal team, Greg Polson. He has history of going through our tax agreements and working with our tax department. So the fact that he already has history of our tax issues, he's going to do a legal memo to have him work on our tax issues and then work together with myself and the tax department on what we can do regarding the double taxing, state tax and tribal tax for tribal employees, tribal members and businesses. So just instead of RFPing, he's already on, we already have a contract with him. So I figured, otherwise if you guys want an actual expert.
Well,
we can RFP.
I was really, well, that's why we made the motion, because I wanted us to have, I was hoping we'd have a tax expert.
Okay.
Since there's a lot of areas, that's why we were glad for the motion to pass.
Okay, well, I'll meet with him first and figure out what we have on our plate right now, and then figure out what we can put in the RFP specifically, so we would have exactly what that tax
Right.
expert will be working on.
Great.
So I can continue it. Give me about a week.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah, I can. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put the mic next to you, okay? And if you have questions, I'll put it next to you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
All right.
You okay?
Yeah, you're good. All right.
Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve February 7th council minutes. Okay, got a motion from Big Cooley. Second from Tribal Secretary. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. I said yes. No,
He said yes.
Okay, thank you. Take a look at February 8th Tribal Council minutes. Floor is open for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve February 8th, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, got a motion from Tribal Secretary. Question? Haipa?
For motion number 66, where was to hire attorney Jack, how do you say his last name, Heap, for an ethical issue, did we get him here? Did that contract get executed?
I haven't seen it yet. I'll reach out to legal and see where that's at.
Okay, thank you.
What time? Legal's also on the agenda later today too, so. We got a motion from Tribal Secretary to approve February 8th Tribal Council minutes. Second from Lake Traverse, sorry. Question from Bakuli.
Yes.
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 Dallas.
What was the motion?
Motion for February
8th minute.
8th.
Yes.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White. Yes.
Thank you. February 17th. Take a look
Motion
at
to
that.
approve.
Okay. Got a motion from Tribal Secretary,
Second.
second from Haipa. Question from Bakuli.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes.
Thank you. February 28th. Floor is open for a motion.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, got a motion by Haipa. Second from Long Hollow. Question from Lake Traverse.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have a resolution?
Do we have any resolution?
Yeah, I had them all in my report.
Oh.
Can we do it now or?
Oh, does the chairman have it? Oh, I thought you were going through the chairman stuff.
You want to save those resolutions for yours?
Yeah.
Okay. On the agenda, we have executive resolutions. The vice chairwoman will bring those forward under her report. So we'll move on to tribal chairman's report. What do I do with that now? February has been a challenging month due to the severe weather and road conditions. Executive leadership is planning to discuss with program managers possible updates to our winter weather policy. Climate change in our area is real and it's progressively affecting our operations. So it is imperative as tribal executives that we take the steps needed to ensure that the safety of our workforce. That being said, we should also collaborate, work together, and come up with a policy that keeps us working on the very important issues facing our tribe. In order for this policy to be more efficient and equitable, we look forward to considering all stakeholders, their concerns, and compromising to come up with a solution. In my research of winter weather policies, it is important to keep in mind that there's no perfect weather policy, and whatever we come up with will need to be adjusted from time to time. The executives and tribal council continued our work sessions to prioritize projects that were started and fall upon this new administration to complete. As a team, we are collaborating, sharing ideas for action plans moving forward. I have started to draft a tribal-wide report on the various projects and initiatives, and will distribute that plan when it is completed. The report will detail all that we have been working on and how we are planning to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. The areas of focus are healthcare, economic development, agriculture, hospitality, and updating of tribal codes that further protect our members and encourage improving the social determinants of health in our community. Moving on, the Roberts County Jail and the treatment of our tribal members while in their custody has been a frequent discussion of ours. We will continue to focus our efforts in creating a good working relationship with Roberts County, but also holding them accountable for fair and just treatment of our tribal members. We are currently collecting statements from inmates and witnesses to be presented and discussed with Roberts County Commissioners. With that in mind, I am pleased to share with you that the SWO jail will be starting the construction phase as soon as construction crews are able to mobilize. Earlier this month, I was called upon by Oglala Sioux Tribal President Frank Starr comes out to support their efforts in their lawsuit against the BIA for lack of law enforcement funding in Rapid City Federal Courthouse. I was happy to stand in solidarity with other tribal leaders of the Great Plains in that effort. And lastly, in coordination with the federal government and President Biden's intention to end the COVID-19 pandemic, the tribe recently made a motion to follow the United States timeline on declaring the pandemic over, and that'll be May 11th, 2023. And that's all I have for my report. Susie?
I have a question. Where are we at as far as requesting a meeting with the sheriff and the county commissioners? Due to the complaints that are being addressed at a district level and also to council, I think that we should probably press them to sit down and come to the table and meet with us so we could get these issues resolved. Is there any plans on having that done within this month?
Yeah, we're planning, and we were in contact with the Roberts County Sheriff, Captain Gaikowski, to set up a meeting. It was supposed to happen the end of last month, but there was a scheduling conflict, so I think we're going to look later to this month, probably the week of, I believe, 20th through 24th that week. That'll give us some time to also have legal look at that MOU, and if we need to update that, we can update that, and hopefully we can address some of these issues within that MOU if possible. Haipa?
I have a few questions. It's also in regards to the MOU with Roberts County. According to the last MOU that has since expired, there were things in that MOU that we were supposed to be able to get. There was reports that we should get. And according to the agreement, it says the county shall make available any inspection, evaluation, or monitoring reports to the tribe or its representatives. These inspections shall include third-party inspections related to the facility operations. Some of these inspections include, but are not limited to, health, sanitation, fire safety, fire equipment, environmental, plant management inspection, state inspection results, and/or other program review results. So with all of the complaints that we've been receiving over the last 2 years for sure, and I'm, from whatever, I don't know that we've ever gotten a copy of that. Maybe the chief of police did, but it was not shared. And I think I'd like us to get that information, as well as the invoices. I think it's important for all of us to know how much we've paid overall since this has happened. In this respects, that's perhaps something we can go after the BIA for to reimburse. And I'm still confused as to how those payments are made. It's confusing as to how they're made. If it's paid by the BIA, then why does it go through our, workplace system? And then if we get reimbursed, doesn't that still need a council motion, anything coming out of our, and granted, if they're not $5,000, no big deal, but if they're over 5,000, we should be able to see those, I think. So anyways, I wanted to get a motion for you, Mr. Chairman, to get all of those reports and whatever it is according to that contract that we did have, to get all of those reports and the invoices. And it spells out in the contract what should be on the invoice. Whew. And I wanted to make a motion because when I've asked for things before, then nothing happened. I would never get anything unless I can have it in motion form. So that's what I'd like.
Okay. Floor is open for a motion. Was that your motion?
Yeah, that's a motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
A second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
I can't hear you. The reports from the Roberts County Detention Center based on the memorandum of agreement. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And then just a point of emphasis, prior to all the winter weather, we were kind of moving in that direction of addressing a lot of that. And of course, the winter weather kind of slowed us down from that effort. I was waiting on some other reports from, I think it was Vivian that was going to bring forward some reports, and I believe Shannon as well.
And I do have a couple that people submitted to me also, and we was going to talk about that again. Anyway, I was just hoping that we can get this stuff prior to the meeting with them when we have that MOU and everything.
Yep. And then last week when we met with Gary, we did plan to schedule a roundtable and address all of that too. So I'll follow up with that. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I have another concern that I wanted to bring up. I saw I saw a post on Facebook and this is regarding the 2 Lake Traverse district members that were removed from their district, and they were not allowed to vote in their last district elections. What I have a concern about is that apparently they were removed from their district roster by our enrollment office. And I believe she does not have that authority to remove it if it was not brought to council to approve relinquishments or removals, et cetera, from their district. Am I correct in that?
I would say so, but again, I'm not our legal counsel or the court, so I think that's something we'll have to discuss with legal later this afternoon.
Okay. And yeah, I would like that, and then to, and if it's so, that we make sure we address that with enrollment office, because that's totally violating their rights, especially when they had a, what do they call that? A restraining order or whatever from them from taking action. So until their case was resolved, they should have still been treated as district members and allowed to vote. So anyway, that's what I was concerned about. Because it makes me worry about if somebody can put pressure on enrollment office, how many others could that affect?
Yeah, and I apologize, I'm not up to speed on that issue. I know that's a district issue, so I guess we'll discuss that later with legal counsel.
Thank
Vice
you.
Chairwoman?
From my understanding, when we receive the monthly reports from enrollment, we only approve the districts approving the new district members. We don't approve anything with tribal members relinquishing from districts, from my understanding. So I guess we just need to have her show us the policy on regarding the relinquishments, because
clarified, yeah.
from my understanding, it doesn't come in front of us.
Yeah, I know when we've added, like at our district meetings, if we've got new members, we make motions at our district to add them to our roster. And then we also make motions to remove them from our roster. And then those get presented to council from DCA. And I don't know if she takes it off of that stuff, but I mean, that is affecting the way the enrollment numbers are. So I don't know. Yeah, we definitely need to see what policy she does have. Thank you.
Trump Secretary?
Thank you. So her February report, there was 0 relinquishments for February. So, like I said, I don't know either how that works. Really, I thought it was basically up to the districts and stuff like that. So, yeah, that should. I mean, we only approved our enrollment stuff as far as members being enrolled and then members wanting to go to a different tribe and stuff. So.
Right.
So that is really a district matter. So.
I would like to just say that I realize, yes, that is a district matter. However, I'm concerned about the rights of every other citizen in our tribe if one district does that to violate the rights of 2 of its members. So that, in a sense, this is me looking out for the rest of the tribal members. And I understand, yes, it is a district matter, but on the whole, that's a huge effect that could affect everyone else. And if that is allowed to happen, and then the rest of our members aren't safe.
Thank you, Haipa, for your concern. I'd also like to add that when we go through reviewing our codes and laws, that we start to look at some of these issues and really include that in our codes and when we update them, so that we have those protections for our members. Lake Traverse?
And I agree with Gypsy, because I think that enrollment is a tribal program. And so if something like that happens with the tribal program, because we're enrollment and you're taking someone off the roster without it going through the legal process. And so who instructed that person to do that? Because I don't know who did it, but who instructed that person to take those people off the roster? So that's the part that concerns me also, is that it should have went through the legal process, and as a tribal program, their names were removed from that roster. So, and I think that's what Gypsy's talking about.
Tribal Secretary?
I think right now, I mean, we probably need to look into it to see, because right now, I mean, we don't have anything in black and white to say who did it. So I guess would be fair would be to just look into it and see what happened and where it happened at, and then we can move from there. So, thank you.
Okay, no other questions. Floor is open for a motion to approve Tribal Chairman's report. Motion from Tribal Secretary,
Second.
second from Old Agency. Question from Lake Traverse.
Yes.
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 Yes. What was the motion?
To approve chairman's report.
Someone repeat that in the mic.
To approve chairman's report.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it says we're scheduled for a break, but let's just keep moving. The next up, we have Vice Chairwoman's report. I just want to let you guys know too, we'll kind of do a working lunch over in the council suite, so we'll keep it short and then we'll get back to business.
Good morning, council and executives. So I do have a few items for you all. So as you can see on the top part of my report, it shows different items that I've been working on within my office, and then of course the tribal programs under my office. I was happy to say we did interview for a CFO. I'm a little sad though, because the request that he has, the amount that he requested to be paid is not in the budget. From my understanding, within the accounting area, their requests are going to be probably a lot more higher than what we have budgeted within our finance department. And I did inform you all that the indirect cost rate did lower from 24.69 to 20, or 24.67 to 20.69. So that did take a big chunk from our indirect cost budgets. So we will not be increasing any more indirect costs and indirect budgets for the rest of fiscal 23. So with that being said, I did offer the position, but he did not take the offer. And so my next move will be advertising for a CFO trainee instead of a CFO. So that's just I understand that's a big deal within our program, so I just wanted to inform you on that. We do have interviews coming up for our tax director, and as all of you guys were a part of, we did hire for general managers for D&GE. So those are most of the reports. So I do have a couple of motions that I would like to request. The first motion I would like to request is to approve the new construction contracting office repayment plan to Tarot Department due to the Tarot fees assisting with the startup of the office.
So moved.
Motion from Don.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim,
Second.
second from Old Agency, question from Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Could you just tell me the motion again?
To approve the new construction contracting office repayment plan to the Tarot Department due to the Tarot fees assisting with the startup of the office.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
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 Thank you.
With this new construction contracting office, what I would like to request is to approve a 30% of the construction contracting office to be set aside to assist public services to tribal members after the well establishment to the office.
Okay, got a motion from Tribal Secretary. Second from Bikuli. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Can you repeat that motion again?
To approve 30% of the construction contracting office to be set aside to assist public services to tribal members that after the well establishment of the office.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all. The next requested motion is to approve the COVID-19 home repair resolution that I forward to you all, and then I have attached.
So moved.
Okay, a motion from Tribal Secretary.
Oh, second.
Second.
Second from Enemy Swim.
Question.
Question from all agency.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next requested motion I would like to have is to approve the ARPA home repair policy and procedures, which I sent to you all yesterday and is also attached.
So moved. So moved.
You got a
Second.
motion from Enemy Swim, second from all agency.
Question.
Where'd that come from? Question from HAIPA.
Dallas. Dallas.
Yes.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White. Yes. Brandon Gipsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to request a motion to approve the resolution amending the expenditures from BIA ARPA ATG budget. I mean, not budget, ATG.
So moved.
And a motion from all agency. Second from Tribal Secretary. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Okay.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White. Brandon Gipsy-Wana. Yes. Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Thank you.
I would like to also request a motion to approve a draft amendments to the program guidelines for small businesses to create a streamlined application process for smaller grants and an alternative program for startup businesses, and to present the amendments to Tribal Council for final approval.
So moved.
I got a motion from all agency. Second from Bikuli. Question from Long Hollow.
I'll give you a copy of everything too. Oh, actually, I should have an extra one.
Dallas Owen.
Dallas.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White. Brandon Gipsy-Wana. Yes. Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Thank you.
The next one I would like to request is to approve gaming funds to be used to purchase COVID-19 delivery items with proper documentation to be sent to FEMA for reimbursement, not to exceed $200,000.
So moved.
Got a motion from Enemy Swim,
Second.
second from all agency. Question from Big Cooley.
Yes.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you.
And lastly, I would like to request a motion to approve the 2023 matrix at $28 million for clarification. When the previous vice chair presented the matrix, it wasn't, I guess it wasn't specified that it was at either 26 or 28. So we have only been receiving payments for 26 million. In the budget we did put 28 million.
So moved.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim, second from all agency.
Question.
Question from Haipa.
Dallas.
Yes.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White. Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
I have also attached in my report, the report to DCA regarding the February 8th meeting. I have attached the ARPA home repair phases plan that we hope to follow regarding the home repairs for tribal members. I have attached the SWO auction information regarding the auction in 2 weeks. And I have attached February's checkbook register gaming proceeds. I have 2 more items that I didn't have time for today, so I'll be presenting next month, which is the distribution information to each district. That would be the ARPA payments, also the payments that go towards from gaming and the youth, and information requested, like the audits and the what's it called? Not IT. The IT information for how much it would basically pay for the district's not internet. I can't think of the word.
License, software license?
Software. So they're on the same software as we are for their future references, so they can be able to complete an audit. So that's all. Thank you.
Haipa?
I have one question. How much more did that CFO guy want than what we had budgeted for? Like,
Are we able to say that loud?
it was like way over?
Well, I'll give you guys the specifics.
Okay.
All right.
Darn.
Okay, floor is open to approve Vice Chairwoman's report. Okay, get a motion from Big Cooley, second from Lake Traverse.
Question.
Question from Haipa.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Secretary. I don't know.
Okay, next up, we have the tribal secretary. He just stepped out, so we'll give him a couple minutes.
Oh, he needs a motion for 7. It's like 7,900. So the youth department, there's confusion on who's gonna pay the mail bill. Like, can we get a motion to pay mail bill? It might either be out of the youth department or Fuel Inc. I gotta figure out the youth department paid Fuel Inc. and they have to pay. So I don't know if that Oh, can you get a motion to pay the mail? Remember we talked about mail, electric, mail, whatever. What's their name? Mail. Yeah, no more than $7,900 because we gotta figure out who has to pay him, but it has to be paid. Yeah, we can, but we will need to make a motion on it. It's over 5,000. Unless you guys want to do it executively. You want to do it executively then? Yeah. Okay. Should we just move forward?
Okay, we'll move forward with the elderly nutrition program while Tribal Secretary's report is being finalized.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Executives Council. Okay, we'll start off with snowplow. We're asking for a council motion to approve for a snowplow for the elderly nutrition program from CarQuest that did go through the procurement process. It will come out of the CSBG CARES equipment line item 255008601 for the amount of $8,892. This will help keep our elderly participants' driveways open and stuff that DARE program is currently helping us with.
Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve. Okay, a motion by Bikuli.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
We got a question from Haipa, sorry, Enemy Swim.
Do I have the floor?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, did it go through procurement?
Oh my gosh.
Yes, it did. That's right. I have it over here. Yes, it did, Dallas.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God, I'm never doing this again.
Okay. Okay, we got a second from all agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
4. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was the speaker this whole time right here.
Okay, next item I have is for a convection steamer to be purchased from Cullinex for the amount of $12,146. It did go through the procurement process. It will come out of the CSBG CARES equipment line item 255008601. And our granting agency did approve it.
Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve. Motion from Long Hollow,
Second.
second from Haipa. Question from Bikuli.
Yes.
Yes.
Dallas.
Yes.
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 Yes. No, I forgot to
Yes.
send the other reports.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last one I have is for the Elderly Affairs Department. Procurement is currently working to find us a vehicle. We're asking for a motion to approve to buy a vehicle not to exceed $40,000 to come out of line item 913158601.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, got a motion from Haipa. Question from Long Hollow. Or second from Long Hollow.
Yeah, I'll question.
Question from Old Agency.
Yes.
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 I just have a quick question. Is it common for us to approve these if we don't have a quote? Since it's such a large,
In the past, they have approved it because when they go through the procurement process, when we do find a vehicle, it takes so long to get the council motion and stuff that a lot of times the vehicle is sold out from underneath us because we don't have approval to get it processed right away.
okay, thank you. It's a certain
Yeah.
amount, okay. Okay, yes, then.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa, did you want me to wait with you?
Lake Traverse.
I have another question for Ron. So I get a lot of complaints about those elderly cards, the ones that go out to people like the Walmart cards. Is there any way that those cards can be reloadable like our cards in town?
We have been working on it, but the way they do it, the way they have it set up now is that the schools benefit from purchasing from them. They use it for their athletics, for prom, for other extracurricular activities. That's why we go through them. So it benefits the elders and the youth all in one package.
Well, so the only reason that I brought it up because there's so many complaints where people don't get their cards.
And a lot of times it is due to the fact that they don't send their envelopes in.
Yeah, so then would it be better then to, I mean, since there's so many of them and you don't have to worry about mailing them out constantly, wouldn't it be a better way to do reloadable cards then?
Yep, I think it would be.
So can we make a motion on that? To do reloadable cards?
So I have a question. Oh,
Tribal Secretary.
So we are looking into that, but like he said, you know, the TZ benefits from getting those cards. So then, you know, they use that money. I think it's 1% of the purchase of those cards. So they use that for, you know, like prom, graduation, bunch of different activities up there. So that's kind of why that's on hold right now. But as long as they update their information, like when they move, or you know, they're just updating it. She's sending out an update already. I met with her, and she's sending out an application to update everybody's information so she can file it. But she's also making sure that if they move or whatever, that they update their information right away. So then it's not delayed or whatever. Because there's some that are sitting there for a couple months, you know, before she lets me know that they have not reached out to let them know where they're at and stuff. So it is a process. We are looking at it. We are looking into the reloadable cards. That was one of the first things I met with her on, is to, you know, relook at that and see what we could do. But as of right now, I mean, if you guys want to change it, right now TZ benefits from that when we order the cards. So thank you.
Haipa, and then back to Lake Traverse.
Thank you. So, I know there are companies out there that can help us do these reloadables. I'm not sure what their cost is, but it's definitely more efficient. And I don't know how much it costs us, the tribe, in order for the schools to benefit. And if that's the case, if we can get a better deal or whatever, we can fund that, do it as a donation to the school instead of sending it all to them and the school only getting 1%. Well, we could do that 1% and go another route and stuff. But again, you said that's being looked at and stuff. But I know there, at some of the conferences I've been to, I've met some of those, and they've done it with other tribes. They've worked with other tribes that are doing these reloadables, where it is definitely more efficient, and I think overall cost effective. That's all.
Thank you. Lake Traverse.
So, I mean, I can understand why that we would do that to benefit TZ, but you're talking about a lot of elders that are not getting their cards. And the thing is that the cards are for the elders, And I just think that we need to look at doing something differently for them because, I mean, they've talked about reloadable cards for what, 2-3 years now, and there's a lot of them that are not getting their cards. I don't know for what reason, but it just would cut back on, you know, a lot of the complaints because then they're benefit, and then they're always looking for their cards too. And I don't know why, but they're expecting it, you know, during that month, and sometimes it's 3 months down the road and they're finally getting it. If they had a reloadable card, that would not be happening. And some of these people, they support grandchildren, you know, they're depending on that card to help them out, providing food and things like that. And that was the reason, one of the reasons that I brought it up, is that we should be focusing on the elderly more than anything.
So all the questions you just had right there is the same ones I've answered. We still have to look into like the elders that are getting this that are on a fixed income too, because this could probably what is that called? It's called something. They can go after the and tax them and take away their fixed income too. So we have to look at this all the way around. I mean, I'm not looking at it. And then when I did meet with Minerva, she did say that there was a handful of people, but it's not a whole lot. It's not a whole lot. It's like I said, it's people that are not calling to update their addresses. Those are the ones where she's having more problems with. So she is sending out an updated application to get everybody on file. And then with the existing ones too that are turning 55, she is making sure that they have all their updated information. So she is constantly seeking that out, and then she's putting little notes in there and stuff and letters, newsletters in there that make sure you're updating. If you move, you update your information right away. Call us right away, we'll do it. She'll even help them and assist them. So we are currently looking at that, but I want to look at the other part of it because if the government finds out, they might be taxing the elders that are on a fixed income. So.
Okay. Dallas and then.
Okay, we got a question from Dallas.
So, I do believe there's a way to go about this with the reloadable cards because it's to my understanding that the Bowie food cards are reloadable right now. And they still go to procurement, and that still gives some of the proceeds to Enemies One Day School and TZ. So there is a way to do it while still keeping the schools intact. I can't remember exactly what TZ spends it on, but Enemies One Day School spends their money on their after-school programs, which is heavily utilized. And so we just got to be careful what we decide to knock down because we don't want to start a domino effect. But there is a way to do the reloadables while still making sure that these schools are receiving their percentage. I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Long Hollow.
Okay, when I got my last Walmart card over there, Minerva was handing out the applications to update when I picked up my card. And I don't think we should monkey if the kids are benefiting from this. I don't think we should monkey with anything right now. And Ron, I'm supposed to tell you thank you for January and February cards from Joyce Brazy.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ron? Haipa?
One more question. I don't recall, but are you serving meals down there yet?
Not yet. We're waiting on a few more items to come in, so we're hoping on April 1st to be opening up. I had to meet with Mr. Secretary first
Awesome.
to confirm everything.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Vice Chairwoman?
So I have a quick question for you. Discussing these reloadable cards, have you received a number of complaints regarding that elderly theft of like their younger generations, their kids, their grandkids of taking these cards?
We had a few instances, but what we asked them to do was to put something in writing, but a lot of them turned that down because they don't want to implicate their family members and, go through the law process of it.
About how many do you would say?
It's not very many. I think in the past, since it started down there and I took over, it's probably maybe 3 that have been reported to us.
All right, thank you.
I have one other thing for Joan. we are working on updating their files too, to make it a little more organized than the way they had it. Because as we're going through it, we have found where some elders don't even have a file, but they're getting a card. So, and that's since we moved it down there. So it's an ongoing process.
I had one elder that contacted me about, he had submitted his application like a year ago, and he lives off res. And my concern was that he had submitted his application, and this happens a lot, our elders just don't want to make waves. And so I encouraged him to resubmit his application and regarding the cards, but he just said, well, I already submitted it and I'm just gonna wait. And it was like 8 months at that point. And so I'm on this Facebook elderly thread, so they ask for help. And that's where I send out applications and things like that to people.
You can
But
give
he
me
was one of
send
them.
me his information. I
Okay.
can contact him.
I can do that, thank
Okay.
you.
Sounds good.
One more thing. I was informed by your office manager to present something else, even though the budget mod hasn't been completed.
What is that?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
All right, well, you can always come back this
Okay.
afternoon if you need to. Okay.
Tribal Secretary?
One more. Just another thing, Lake Traverse representative, if you get any of those complaints, can you forward them to my office too? Okay, thank you.
Okay, no other questions? Thank you, Ron.
Yep, thank you, guys.
Okay, up next we have Tribal Secretary's report.
Or do you need to approve his report? I mean, technically.
Oh, okay. Had a motion to approve Tribal Elderly Report from Buffalo Lake.
Second.
Second from Enemy Swim.
I just got a question about, Curtis, are they putting anything on that envelope indicating that there's the card inside the mail?
No, they're wrapping it into a paper so it doesn't really tell that there's one in there.
Oh, because I just got,
Yep.
somebody just told me that.
So
Okay.
We're putting just a blank sheet of paper in there.
Uh-huh.
And then taping it on there and then wrapping it in there because a lot of them are filling the cards and
Yeah.
stuff and they're not getting to the proper location, so.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Your motion?
Any questions?
No, I just had.
Oh, it was the motion.
I'll make motion. Oh. Oh.
Question from Tribal Secretary.
Kenneth Johnson? Yes. Joan White? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Tribal Secretary, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you guys, I told you we're going to save paper, so I meant it. Just due to the fact of the weather and we didn't have very many working days, I have my program reports, their statistics from month to month here that for you guys' reading pleasure. And with that, I'm going to just open it up to any questions you have or concerns and stuff so I can, if I need to, I can address them too. So I'll just open it up. Thank you. I'd just like to note that I am going to be having meetings quarterly with all of my programs, just to make sure that, you know, that they're giving me some stuff to look into, as well as I'm checking on them to see how things are going with their programs and stuff. So my next one should be coming up in end of this month, I think. Beginning of April, so I'll be having another program managers meeting and just to, you know, let them know what's going on and stuff, so everybody's in the know. So, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, the floor is open for a motion to approve Tribal Secretary's report.
I noticed on your report, it says, just because of the complaints about the jail, that on here it says that you give out incarcerated members their cards. So how do they let them spend it when they're in jail?
It's not just in jail, it's the ones that are in prison.
Oh,
Yeah.
so how do they use their purchases?
I think they got commissary in it.
Oh, okay.
They have somebody kind of write it down and what it costs and stuff, and they keep track of it.
Oh.
If there's no other questions, that's all I got.
Okay, floor is open for motion to approve Tribal Secretary's report. Motion by Buffalo Lake. Second from Bakuli. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Moving on, we got Elderly Advisory Board. Come on up, Lisa. Floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I was told by Ron that we were on the agenda today, and I don't believe Mike or Karen know about it. So I'm here today only because Karen gave me the budget, and we approved the budget for the big NICOA trip coming the end of September. So what you have in front of you is from Merrick, who is doing the coach, the hotels to and from North Carolina, the hotels while we're there. If you look on page 1 and 2 of our elderly minutes, she figured out what the per diem was, the total budget. So that's what we're here. And what I have down for the budget in the minutes is $56,708. And she is just a little bit less on her budget. Wait now. Yep. She has down, she's got down $56,268. And then if you look on that third page of that Merrick travel, she's got $4,732. She thinks that she might need to use that if Merrick charges any fees. And right now, there's no fees from there in this cost. So she doesn't know if that's gonna come later or, what the deal is. But if you figure the $56,708 that we have in our minutes, plus the $4,732 that she's asking for just in case, it comes up to $61,440. And this is the Elderly Board Advisory member, which there's 7 of, plus 2 members from each district that this will cover, all this will cover. So I'm here today, hopefully, to ask for approval of this. And we are having fundraisers. We did have a bingo. We planned another one. Of course, the weather shot that in the foot. But we are planning, because it's not till the end of September when we go. So we do have a few extra dollars set aside, or we will, rather.
Okay, got a question from Long Hollow.
So are the districts contributing to that or no?
I can't speak for any other district other than my own. And we give our members $250 just so they make sure something happens, they have a few dollars in their pocket. I don't think, well, no, let me back that up, because I think we pay for registration fee. Yeah, it's $500? I think it's $500, and we have that in our elderly budget to pay that for our 3 members, plus $250 besides that, but that's just our district.
Our district gave from the elderly, and then the district also contributed.
Okay.
So,
I think we have to cover registration fee. The districts have to do that, yeah. Yep.
Bikuli, then Haipa.
I can answer for Bikuli. We also contribute from the district and also the elderly for the 2 people that we picked to make that trip.
You're covering 3 people, right? Your elderly board member? Because you have to cover your elderly board, because we have 3. Our elderly board member plus 2 people are going. So we have 3 people.
Per district?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. We already picked our people back in November.
Veblen?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna ask where you're going, but I have the answer now. Thank
I've never
you.
been there. Been to North Carolina, but never been there.
Did you have a question?
I have
You can come up.
in the past, when we've done this, we paid for our 2 district members that are going. But the elderly, the one that's the SWO, they get paid from the tribe. They pay for that. We don't pay for them. We only pay for our members that are from our district.
I have a question. I guess I understand you're saying you're the elderly advisory board, but why is there extra 2 members from each district also going?
I guess that's been the event that's happening for the last 3 or 4 trips that I know of. There's always been 2 extra people going. Yeah, yeah.
It's important for SWO elderly to attend this meeting because we are a voting tribe, and we lobby for funds that pertain to all the elderly, like Social Security benefits. So we vote, and it's important that, we attend this meeting. We've always been the voting tribe for South Dakota.
At this conference?
Yes.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I would like to make that motion for our elderly to attend that conference.
Can I make an adjustment?
Yes.
I would like to request that this amount minus what each district pays, so we pay a lower amount than the 61,000.
No, that's no, You're not paying the registration fee. We pay the registration fee, and that's not in this budget.
So you guys don't put nothing towards the
Nope.
travel?
No. And then we give our district members $250 cash, just because, like I said, but we're covered in this budget for the hotel and the meals and everything, those 3 people. The only thing that isn't covered is the registration fee, and that's $500, and we have to pick that cost up. Yeah. And you see it's not in here anyplace, and we didn't talk about it at all, registration fee. Because in the last 2 years, in the last 2 trips, our district has paid that. The district paid it, and now this year, it's gonna be the elderly in our district that's gonna pay ours. So this is just travel and hotel rooms and meals. That's all this budget is. Yeah, yeah.
Veblen?
So if I remember correctly, our district will pay the registration fee. Yeah, it's just the travel portion, like the hotel, per diem, that kind of stuff is paid for by
this budget here.
Yeah, by not the district.
Yeah, yeah.
And then,
Pardon? Yeah,
Yeah.
yep, and that's the big cost on there, $28,575. You have to have 2 drivers.
All right, Bikuli made a motion, so.
And then also there's a cutoff date where we have, the tribal elderly in each district has to pay
The
for those registration
Yep.
fees.
Yep, I think it's the end of March. We
Yeah.
have to have it in.
We have a cutoff date for that to make sure we pay that out of the elderly funds at each district.
Okay, well, motion on the floor. Bikuli? Oh. Well, you're back.
I'll bring that to the execs at our next district meeting for them to pay for the 2 that are going out of ours, because we haven't even voted who the 2 are that are going.
Your registration, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the 2 people going, well, no, you kind of you have to have the names down, the registration. When you pay the registration, and if I'm not mistaken, it's the end of this month. You have to have that 500 in, because I remember 2 years ago, we were a little bit late. Ours was. Yeah, I think it's 600 or 650, I don't know.
Okay, got a motion from Big Coulee, second from Buffalo Lake.
Second?
Question.
Question from All Agency.
$61,440?
Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joel White. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll send pictures. No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Comment.
Vice Chairwoman has a comment.
So moving forward for fiscal '23, I guess, do you all know which boards actually has voting within these conferences? Because then moving forward, I would like to cancel any other travel for any other boards going on travel. If they don't have to vote, then moving forward, any kind of boards, because from my understanding, like, for example, I believe the tax board also travels, but I don't know if they vote. So if they don't have a voting right on it, then I don't believe that the tribal budgets should be covering travel for board members.
Hypa?
The National Indian Health Board has meetings. I don't know that they have voting on certain things. I think for us guys, for our area, it's the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board, or out there, that would be our voting representative. However, they do have meetings with congressional leaders and other national leaders and stuff that would be good for those board members to attend, like for the Human Services board members, or but again, that could be either that board or maybe their district, but that would need more discussion, because I don't know that any Human Services board member has ever gone to any of those meetings. When I had gone last year, I had hoped more people would be able to attend, because of the breakout sessions and the different things that happen at those types of meetings, so.
Well, I would think that if we pay boards and stipends and everything for district members, then we pay for you all as ex officios to be attending these same meetings. So we already pay for your guys' travel for council. So I guess I'm trying to find a way to save, in a way, I guess we can say.
Well, I guess that would be good for the districts to pay it too then. Since they represented districts. That's an option.
And I like
half
to
and half, more discussion, I guess.
discuss about canceling any other retreats for the fiscal year for all boards. Yeah, I'm gonna start cutting all of you guys.
A tough vice chairwoman there.
For fiscal '23 at least, because with the IDC budgets getting cut, and then we have programs that can, because of our IDC negotiations, we're paying more gaming. That's another thing. I need to bring another motion up, that we're increasing gaming supplement to cover the indirect costs for, I want to say, about 7 different budgets. That's coming up to almost $300,000 that we have to pay out of pocket now. So I guess this is an issue that I'm going to be bringing up next month, of increasing the IDC supplement, while also this is most likely going to be coming out of our gaming funds. So we're going to be on a tight budget this year and next year, because we won't have ARPA to be covering any more of our expenses next year.
Lake Traverse?
So is that the reason that you had some of those budgets cut, the indirect cost in those budgets?
Yes, I did send out an email to program managers that they need to lower all of their indirect cost rates in every budget, and then I did send out emails to DOJ program managers to actually completely take out the indirect cost, because we don't have approval to charge them indirect cost at the moment.
My only concern with that is, because I did get an email on it, My only concern is that if we do get an indirect cost rate like in August, they can draw all that down. So I don't understand why you would take it out, since there's still the possibility that if we have a current rate, they can actually draw all that money down in August. I mean, they've done it before.
It will be on a case-by-case basis, because from my understanding, it happens as that day as it's approved. So there's a possibility they won't be able to redraw the whole amount, because that's what they did regarding the fiscal 22 indirect cost, from my understanding. But I mean, I can meet with finance again, but
I guess I would ask about it, because I know they've done it before. I know that I know there was 1 year we didn't have a current indirect cost rate, and then it was at the end of the fiscal year, and it was in September, and they drew it all down for that year, as long as the indirect cost rate was current. That's the only thing, is that you can't draw it from the previous year because it's closed, but you can still do it within the year. So if we have one that's effective into 2022, which is after October 2022, you can still draw all that money down.
2023, are you talking about 2023?
2022 as long as it's effective in 2022. So for budget October 1st to 2022 to 23, you can still draw it down if you have a current indirect cost rate. So that's why I don't understand why you told everybody to take it out, because
Well, where gaming is going to be covering it as of right now, and the fact that they're already making payments and doing the indirect cost. The finance is already doing the, what's the word? Not picking up, but pretty much they're already pulling from these indirect cost line items. So we need to have something covered. I'd rather have it safe than sorry than having us pull in and then have nothing there.
okay, so if we do get a current indirect cost rate and you're able to pull it down, then would you be able to do it at that point?
Yes, we'll work on it again, but as of right now, we're still negotiating, and I don't know how long that negotiation is going to take.
Yeah.
That's my worry about it.
Okay.
Long Hollow.
Okay, last year, there was no NACOA trip, so we should have a lot of money available for all these fundraisers somewhere.
That's why I asked if we can cut down the 61 from whatever they got, but we'll just approve it. So I don't know what you guys want to do with their fundraising money. If you're just going to let them have extra funds for whatever they need, you guys already made the motion to cover it. So, I'm not taking that motion back for that amount. So just moving forward, that's just something I would like us to discuss, is about these boards and committees and the extra funding that we're paying for these retreats and this travel. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, that's something we can probably discuss in a round table eventually. If there's no other questions, can we get a motion to approve Tribal Elderly Affairs Board report? It says Elderly Affairs. It says Elderly Affairs. Oh, okay, Elderly Advisory Board. Hit a motion from Big Cooley, second from Lake Travers. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
We put in the
Yes.
checks already? HR?
Yes.
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 Thank you. Up next, got Fish and Wildlife. Welcome, Charlene. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Real quickly, I just have one purchase request, and it's for annual purchase for garden seeds. It's been through the procurement process. See the stamps on the bottom. They got 2 bids. Low bid I'd be requesting approval on would be for Lou's Greenhouse in the amount of $10,725.20. The competitive bid from Ace Hardware came in at $24,375. Funding source would be the extension budget.
Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve the
Motion from Mole Agency. Second from Lake Traverse. Question from Big Coulee.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Dallas.
Yes.
Amy Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson, Joan White, Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all I have today.
Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve Fish and Wildlife's report. Motion from Tribal Secretary.
Second.
Second from Mole Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Tribal Secretary, Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Amy Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson, Joan White, Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
I sent my information to pass out for the after lunch, because I'm on the agenda after lunch. You guys are breakable, something passes out, everybody.
Marie?
I just have my question maybe for, I don't know, if it goes through maybe the treasurer or
Can you turn the mic on?
push the reason on right.
There you-
Okay. My question is, I don't know if it goes to you or who, but I know in our district, we made a motion and several other districts. I also made a motion that we're requesting our elderly casino days starting, we were hoping starting this month. We used to get it every every quarter. And that's we're requesting that. So I hope that's in, does that come out of the budget here or where does that money come from?
It comes from, we have a gaming budget specifically for that. I don't know if the request comes from the elderly board of when they recommend, or I don't know exactly, or if it's coming from DCA. I actually don't know where the request comes from, but we do have budgeted.
Oh, okay.
I think for this year, it was only budgeted for, was it 3 or 2? It's not for the full 4. It's budgeted for,
I know we were asking for the 4, or is it going to be 3 then?
That's what our district said, 3.
Well, I mean, we just put it out there. I don't know what, I mean, that was our request.
the elderly day.
Okay. We'll take a look at that, I guess, so we need a little bit more information and then we can meet and discuss that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Up next, we have Education Office, if you're out there listening. We'll do that one, then we'll break for lunch.
If you did want to address this one before lunch and just be done with it, it's one that the commission, I already emailed this out to everybody, it's sent out. The commission has already approved the 4%, the 3% to 4% fee increase, and then this is a change to the agreement we have with the state of South Dakota that increases our reflection on those projects. 3% and 4% in our agreement, is a 5-year agreement. We have until 2024, but this agreement extended for 1 year to 2025. This is it, sir. Yes.
Okay, we'll take care of Terra Office right now. I believe they just need this one motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So the agreement had, or rather the tariff fee increase has already been approved, moving it from 3% to 4%. And in doing that, we have an agreement with the state of South Dakota on all projects running through the reservation, highway projects running through the reservation, that increases our fee to 4% in our agreement. And so in order to do that, we had to amend the agreement we have with the state of South Dakota that the council has the authority to approve and the chairman has the authority and responsibility to sign. And so today's motion that Tara is requesting is the approval of the amended agreement with the state of South Dakota Department of Transportation, increasing the fee from 3% to 4%, and for the chairman's signature.
Okay, any questions, comments, concerns?
Motion to make that Carol
Okay, got a motion from Big Coulee. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joel White. Brandon Alexander.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
I apologize. It was kind of hard to hear. What's the motion?
Motion to increase tariff fee from 3% to 4%.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll bring over original copies, 2 original copies for your office so you can sign, then I'll send it to the state of South Dakota.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Floor is open for a motion to approve Terrell's report. Motion from Tribal Secretary. Second from Big Coulee. Question from Long Hollow. Thank you, Delray.
Thank you, Chairman and Council. Thank you.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Joel White. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's go lunch.
Want to do lunch?
Yeah, let's do lunch. She's not here.
Ready, but
Oh, okay.
they bring us lunch? Yeah, she did Subway, but
So,
So we're breaking for lunch then?
we're gonna go ahead and go break on lunch.
Okay, we'll break for lunch and then we'll come back and do education, Head Start.
Dallas, do you wanna go ahead and leave? Oh.
Okay, next up we have education. Sherry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council. I did go ahead and print out a report, although we did email it out. Except for Sherry, when she was emailing it out for me, didn't have my report and the resolutions attached. So now you have a full copy of it. And with that, I'd like to request a motion to approve the resolution for forward funding. What happens is education, a lot of education and student monies are forward funding. That means when you're coming into the year, you have the funding already. And any adjustments and tweaks need to happen is done during that year with their funding, except for these cases where they don't have it and it causes problems right here. So in the last, on the second page, you really look at, there's all of our main tribal funds, our ISEP funding and stuff, those are all forward funding. And we're and then the bottom stuff, O&M, so you never know really how much you're gonna get on a regular basis, and it's never forward funded. And so that would take a one-time congressional action for this. And then I also know that you, Tribal Council in past has also submitted this resolution, so where it's highlighted, that's what I need those dates from Lindsay. Do you see that, Lindsay? I need those dates and that resolution number of the last resolution that we wrote. And it was to do the same thing, forward fund. It's a one-time request for the government to forward fund these. And so that would be my resolution and my request there.
Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White. Yes. Brandon Jessiwana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Thank you.
And then thank you, Council. My second request is for funding for the ISEP program. This is what actually funds our school. It's per pupil count, and everything is based upon this count. And so we are requesting a resolution of support from CC Tuan, Wakpe Tuan, for, and we as the tribal education, the Great Plains Tribal Education departments across the state. So they all have similar resolution. And so these are going to go up to the federal government, both of these two resolutions.
Okay, got a motion by Buffalo Lake. Second from Bikuli. Question Long Hollow.
Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White. Yes. Brandon Jessiwana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Adriana Ines. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. And then attached is my monthly report, which is pretty par for the course on most of my programs there. But I did want to see if you guys had heard. Did you see our puppets? Our puppets going around Facebook? Yeah, so those are my guys. And not only do they do those things, they have whole learning packets that interpret it, and then also work with each individual words, and then they go out as packets like that into the schools to help our immersion programs. Everett and Jacob, they sang. Oh, Duck Sheehan. Is that? Anyway, they're rocking the res, those two, and so we just love them. So spent some time talking with them, but they're doing wonderful jobs with us, and so.
Question.
Vice Chairwoman.
What are you doing with the dolls?
With the puppets?
No, the dolls. Are you guys still having the doll one also?
Yeah, they have, well, the dolls have been given out to all of the educational institutions along with the learning packet.
Okay.
So those all went out. So we have fully decked out dolls in traditional garb that are out there. So that was a huge undertaking. So I'm looking for some more funding for language now. Hint, hint. So anyway, I just want to acknowledge them and Everett and Jacob for the job well done. And also our third Dakota EAPI person is Solomon, and he helps us all over the place. We put them right in our immersion classrooms. So then my other thing is because council and the weather and all this, you know, today I was supposed to have Wabe students, and then tomorrow I was supposed to have Sisseton students. So I'm going to ask if I could bring them in maybe on gaming day just for a short introduction. Maybe bring both groups in. Is that a possibility?
It's only a half a day, so.
Yeah, I don't see an issue. I mean, it's usually a short day anyway, so.
Okay. And they'll just come in and meet you and just do a meet and greet probably, and then do our other stuff out there, out in the rotunda. So, okay, thank you. And what day would that be? I see no March calendar up in here. Thank you. Okay, with that, that's my education report there. We're still working on broadband. We still are waiting for another 100 computers coming in, where I had a list of people that are in there, and I've got about 15 left. So we're waiting for our next shipment, and we're getting those last of the 15 out today and tomorrow, or if we're here tomorrow. Got a lot of applications out there. We are still finding pockets of elders out there that have not put in for internet. So we're gathering them up and making sure that they all have their opportunities there. We also worked with the broadband, those cell boosters. That's the other part that I haven't done yet. And so it sounds like I can do something with housing, and they would actually work with wherever they go, because most of them are going out into the housing units and just anywhere where they need them. And so they said they would take that upon themselves, and I said, okay, because I'm like at a loss. I don't know anything about cell boosters. I keep trying to have meetings and no one comes. So that'd be my report. Thank you.
Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve education report. Okay, motion from Long Hollow, second from Tribal Secretary, question from Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Lydia Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson.
Yes.
Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gibson.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Thank you. Moving on to Head Start and Early Head Start report.
Okay, so everything's there, all the reports, the data reports, the enrollment and attendance, we did the best we can. And now lately, because I'm worried about the days of educational opportunity, and so we've had to bring back Class JoJo and all kinds of stuff to meet those educational hours. And so I get a little pushback from the staff saying, well, everybody else is on admin. Well, not everybody is on admin. A lot of people work through those days. But we got to do what we got to do. So working with them and trying to get all of that completed up there. You do have a copy of the food reimbursement in there. Things are still going. We still don't know when the review is coming, but it's coming. They keep saying that. And then the health reports and the financials. Do I have the financials in here? I don't see the financials, so maybe not that. So she didn't have access to them on Friday when she was emailing this all out to you. So then the other part that's not in here, we got the award letter for the COLA, It's 6.5% for Head Start. I saw that eyebrow go up. It's their own federal funding, and it's been approved. And so I'm asking for that too for our Head Start program. Yes, please.
So, I guess my little worry is the fact that we deny other federal programs to put in for that extra increase. We tell those programs to deny it because everyone is at 2.7 on the same COLA. I would love to increase with Head Start, you know, knowing their wages, and they're definitely hard workers. You know, I've seen it firsthand. They deserve it. I don't know if you want to put it in, we can put it into the accounting manual moving forward that if you receive federal funding, you can put in for that extra amount. I mean, treating all programs fairly, the fact that we tell programs that you can't put in for that high amount. So I don't know if you guys can approve it today, and then we make a motion that moving forward, we're going to allow all federal programs to put in for a higher amount for COLAs then. It's just that it's federal funding, but we've always in the past denied other programs that amount because we say, well, you need to be equal just like tribal employees, but that's what I'm saying. If you guys, we can make the motion and then putting into the accounting manual and for future COLAs that federal funding, if you're able to get higher amounts, that put in for it. We're not going to deny you then. Just making sure that everyone's getting treated fairly.
Lake Travers.
So the other thing is that even with raises, I know that with my own program, the granting agency would approve a raise, but then the tribe would say no. So if we're going to be looking at COLAs, we need to be looking at raises too, because I think they would only give us like 2% or something.
Yeah, we're in our accounting manual. It says 2% for COLAs, and then whatever for salary adjustments and raises, and then whatever the rate council approves you at for COLAs. So, I mean, yeah. So if you guys want to go ahead, just make that motion, and then we'll just make a motion for it to be included in the accounting manual that you can put in for this extra funding. Then, don't matter to me.
So there's a commitment from the granting agencies to continue
Not, it's not every year. It's whatever they put in a request and what they approve. Sometimes, like I said, Head Start would probably just automatically say this is the COLA amount we're going to request this year, right? Because I believe it's different amounts, different years.
Some years it's been 1.7%.
And then we would cover
It's been less.
We covered it with gaming for Head Start, can at least get that match that other tribal employees get. So, but I'm saying if they want to receive that extra funding from agencies, that would be great, but, you know, just for future references.
I think that's something we need to fix anyway, because it's not our money at the end of the day, so.
And clarify in the accounting manual.
Dr. Johnson.
So the way they did this, the Office of Head Start, is because they're trying to help our Head Start programs start to pay a little bit more. They're also providing us with some flexibility of funding and being able to raise our salaries. For a while there, you couldn't raise your salary for nothing from them. They have to approve it. They have to do this. So this is the one way that they can help us to raise our salaries. And so that's why it's such a higher amount than normal.
Yeah, I guess just to add to that too, I just want to emphasize for those out there listening, you know, this is where the gaming, when we have admin days gaming, you know, some of the gaming people are saying, well, we pay for the tribe's salaries. Well, this is federal dollars, and so this does not come from the tribe, nor does it come from gaming. So I just wanted to make a point on that that argument, I guess, that we always hear when the tribes calling work off for weather or anything like that. A big portion of our tribal budget is federal dollars, so that money's there whether we spend it or not. So just wanted to emphasize that, I guess.
Been slowly reducing, but hopefully increase.
I'll make that motion.
question.
Okay, got a motion from Tribal Secretary, second from Buffalo Lake, and a question from Old Agency.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Haley Ines, yes. Kenneth Johnson,
Yes.
Joan White, Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, do you want to go ahead? Yeah, we can go ahead and put that in there too. Make a motion, another motion for the accounting manual. Okay, I'll make a motion that we update the accounting manual to allow federal funding to increase the percentage of COLAs and
COLAs to be set by the federal funding agencies.
also raises, or increases, we'll go say increases as well, because that affects that part too. Let me go ahead. Should I reiterate it? Changes to the accounting manual regarding wage and COLA increases for federal funding programs. That sounds so much better. We can say that to be determined by federal funding agencies.
Comes in our award letters,
Mm-hmm.
so you'll have that figure.
So then whatever you guys send to the agencies. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, got a motion from Tribal Chairwoman, second from Lake Travers.
Oh, tribal chairwoman? All right.
Vice Chairwoman, sorry. Gosh, got me all confused. Question from Tribal Secretary.
Just gave everyone new names.
Yeah,
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
my sugar is adjusting right now.
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Could you read the motion back to me, please?
Do you want? I didn't write it down. Motion to. Oh, Lindsay, can you read it back, please? Oh, you didn't read it. Basically allowing federal aid funding to increase their COLA and wage increase amounts from federal funding agencies.
So if the agency says it's okay, it's good to go?
Yeah, and we'll just change it in the accounting manual to match, to do the updated change.
Yes.
Okay.
Haley Ines, yes. Kenneth Johnson,
Yes.
Joan White, Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
No more WebExes.
Approve my reports.
Oh.
Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve Head Start and Early Head Start report. Motion from Big Coulee. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Lake Travers.
Haley Ines,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson, Joan White, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, up next, we have Tribal Historic Preservation Office. If you're out there, you're up.
Can I get a couple motions before they get here?
Sure, why not?
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I forgot some budgets in my office, so I would like to request a motion to approve the elderly nutrition's COVID economic security budget community service block grant for $55,780.
Okay, we got a motion. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
No, I said request motion. I can make that motion, I don't care.
You just made it.
Okay, I just made the motion then. Yes, you guys.
Just make a.
Okay, I'll just make the motion. I just said yes, yes. Sorry.
Brandon Gypsy Juana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Dallas.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, yes. Kenneth Johnson, Joel White, tribal secretary.
Secretary.
Thank you.
Can I make a motion for Department of Transportation's new budget for systematic roadway departure countermeasures for $31,813.83?
So moved.
Okay, we got a motion from all agency. Second from Bikuli. Question from tribal secretary.
Tribal vice chairwoman,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Juana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, yes. Kenneth Johnson, Joel White, tribal secretary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Another motion for Department of Transportation's rumble strip striping and signage for $62,698.04.
So moved.
Motion from all agency.
Second.
Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Bikuli.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, yes. Kenneth Johnson, Joel White, Brandon Gypsy Juana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
tribal vice chairwoman,
Yes.
tribal secretary.
Thank you.
And last budget for motion for Sweetgrass Inc. new grant for $88,454.
So moved.
Motion from all agency. Second from Bikuli.
Question.
Question from Mahipa.
Brandon Adams, Dallas Owen,
Dallas.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, yes. Kenneth Johnson, Joel White, Brandon Gypsy Juana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
tribal vice chairwoman,
Yes.
tribal secretary.
Thank you. Up next, we have Tribal Historic Preservation Office. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, executives and council. You all know me. I'm not gonna make no intros. You know who I am? No. So I only have one item for action, and that is would like to renew the SWO signature, the signatory on the North Dakota Federal Highway Department of Transportation Programmatic Agreement, which is currently, has been with legal department. And I just want approval for that. And just briefly what that outlines, what that programmatic agreement does is right now on every North Dakota DOT project, we get notifications regarding cultural resources, and which is fine. We try to comment on those, especially the ones that are kind of in our area or on the eastern side of the state, because Spirit Lake has been having a turnover in the THPO office. But what that does, it outlines how the federal highway will interact with tribes regarding cultural resources should some cultural resources be impacted by road projects. And so we have been a signatory since, I believe, 2007, and we renew that signature every 5 years. So I was hoping it was due last year, and I tried to get it through before Delbert left, because he knew I went through the whole thing with him. But it just didn't get reviewed fast enough in legal. So I'm just asking for approval for your signature to renew our signature, the SWO, on that document.
Okay, we got a motion from Tribal Secretary. Second from Haipa.
Question.
Question from all agency. Yes.
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 Thank you.
That was all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Any questions? Daku.
When's meeting with that Army Corps engineer over the Watertown issue?
So we had to postpone it due to weather. I got an email, responded to him this morning. They're pushing for Thursday, this Thursday. And I told him again, I said, well, it might be kind of messy up here. If you guys want to try it, we can. But I think he got back to me again, and he said, I think we're going to try and go for next week. So I said, how about June? For sure we'll be clear. No. But so he's working on, he's hoping next week, and I'll let you guys know as soon as I know, as soon as we can nail down a solid date. I need all of you there, or at least our ex officio and land manager. We need input.
Haipa.
Are some of us still going to DC next week? Is that still on the?
We have Mark Van Norman will be on later today,
Okay.
so we can
Find out for sure.
make sure and
Okay, thank
confirm
you.
that. No other questions, comments, or concerns? Floor is open for a motion to approve Tribal Historic Preservation Office report.
So moved.
Gypsy.
Motion from Haipa, second from all agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Up next, we have Legal Office.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council. I have a few action items. I'll start with Anthony's on the phone. He's, as you recall, our remote attorney. The first issue that we have, I did provide council an email. I know it was, we were going to provide that on Monday. Just a little delay this week with the snow and things. So I did provide all the documentation today. The first issue, first item on our list is a city use permit. If you recall, last council we did talk about that, and I'll let Tony talk to you about that. He has a request. Go ahead, Tony.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Chairman, Tribal Council, thank you for meeting with me on this. You know, if you recall, well, first of all, I must say that we submitted a memorandum, and so that's got my request in writing and also maybe a recommended clarifying motion based on this request. But essentially, you'll recall that we talked about drafting and submitting a request to modify city code so that we could continue to keep using the warming house in Sisseton over some objections from the city about our compliance with the city code. And so that motion needs some clarification, I think, just to make sure that we can authorize the chairman to sign that and then have legal submit that. And so that's what we're asking for today, to either substitute that motion or amend it so that it's clear that the chairman's authorized to sign it and that legal is directed and authorized to submit it to the city for consideration. And you'll recall we talked about in the roundtable that originally the city attorney wanted a really broad indemnification language in that application. And we submitted some proposed revisions to narrow that a little bit in what we thought was a pretty fair way. And we submitted that to the city attorney for comments and haven't received a response. So we figured that the tribe probably should just submit that and let the city take its action. The last action they had was on February 13th. The city council met and they were expecting at their next meeting, I think probably to get our application. And their next meeting is next Monday, if I understand correctly. So that's my request. I'm hoping that somebody on council can move to have that that motion clarified.
Yes, sorry.
Motion from Enemy Swim.
Sorry. Tony, can you state the specific language of that motion?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want me to read the whole paragraph?
Oh.
We'll go ahead and let.
I'm reading it from the email. Is that the correct one?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Second by Buffalo Lake. Question from Lake Traverse. You want us to read the motion? Okay.
Is there no second or?
No, there's this. Can you read the motion specifically? It says request to clarify motion number 61 passed on February 8th, 2023.
Okay. By substituting the following language for that which was previously passed, I move to approve the application to the Sisseton Fire Chief for a modification of the city code for the Sisseton Wapton Oyate warming house located in Sisseton, South Dakota, as presented by Tribal Attorney Anthony M. Matus. Authorize the chairman to sign the application on behalf of the tribe as the owner of Sisseton Wapton Oyate warming house property, and to direct the legal department to submit the signed application to the fire chief.
You got that, Lindsay? We can forward you that information. All right.
Dallas Owen,
Dallas.
Yes.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson? Yes. Joan White? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wong?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes. Oh, never mind.
Secretary?
Yes.
Oh, my bad. All right, thank you.
Great, thanks, Tribal Council.
Thank you. Tribal Council, our next action item is a Tribal Council resolution. As I described the last council, there were some codes that were passed that did not have resolutions attached. We're working on cleaning up the record and making sure that all membership knows what was changed in these codes that were passed, I think, last year. So this is just another round of resolutions needed. Chapter 21, Chapter 80, and Chapter 81. Those documents were provided in that email as well. If council doesn't have any questions, I would request motions to approve those resolutions for amendments that were made by council previously.
Aipa.
I have a few I wanted to say. I think the Chapter 80 and Chapter 80 was kind of rushed through prior in the previous one, and so I don't think we should, this is my opinion, we shouldn't do that amendment yet because there were a lot of changes. I mean, those changes, it didn't follow the process, it didn't get to the districts and what have you. I mean, I don't know. But the other one, Chapter 21, this is good timing because Chapter 21 in our Constitution, so I wanted to make a motion to rescind that motion 79 of August 4th, 2021, because our Constitution under Article 3, Section 5A states there should be a judicial branch comprised of a tribal court consisting of one chief judge and 2 associate judges with supportive staff and an appellate court. And Section 5D says the rules of operation will be provided by tribal ordinance, which is our Chapter 21. Now, currently, there's a lot of complaints with people complain to me. I've just heard other complaints in the community, but either way, the complaints, not about the rulings, but about the staff or the court process or anything else to do with the court, people have nowhere to go now. That's what the Judicial Committee used to be able to do. They are the liaison between Tribal Council and Tribal Court. And in August of 21, those changes literally removed the separation of powers from this, from this body between our court and council. And that separation of powers was Chapter 210508. And it says the Judicial Committee shall serve in a liaison function between the tribal court and the tribal council. The Judicial Committee shall meet with the chief judge of the tribal court at least quarterly each year and is authorized to confer with the chief judge more frequently when issues of mutual interest and concern arise. Now, those things, a lot of complaints had stemmed from Judge Gina. There were some from the staff and such, but some of the complaints that were made, the Judicial Committee had addressed, were addressing, and it was because the Judicial Committee was trying to have the judge do her duty in overseeing and holding all of her staff accountable. And when no staff were held accountable, then the complaints came across the judge. Anyways, bottom line is, when that motion was made and those changes were made, it removed that separation of powers. And also, this changes that were made, one, did not go to the districts for input. And I know previous, a lot of council members say they don't have to, but when you have a huge change that's gonna affect the separation of powers, I mean, you need community and people input, and that's what we have a process for, to try and do some of these things so that our people can have an input into our laws. The other thing is, we didn't even have a roundtable on this. 1 or 2 council members spoke, I believe, with Greg Paulson, and it never did go through an official roundtable for our own discussion as council to make these changes. And therefore, that's why, number 1, I don't think we should do this resolution, and I make a motion in resolution form to revert back to the Chapter 21 that was in operation prior to this motion being made. And then from then forth, Judicial Committee can work on updating it.
Tribal Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we had a discussion about this. Number one, it was said over and over at my district at that time that we took powers away from the Judicial Committee, which they never had any power to begin with. All that was changed was the name from Judicial Committee to the Ordinance Work Group, which council has the authority to do. And then the judges, that there was complaints that the Judicial Committee had screened out judges that they felt that they personally didn't like them or whatever, so we took that authority back. That was the only two changes we had made, was the name change and oversight of the judges on who we hire, because at the end of the day, Tribal Council does hire them anyway. So we just made that in there too. So, but I mean, there was a lot of discussion on this, because this was coming up for like 3 months at my district meeting, if you recall, Janelle. And so I just kept saying the same thing over and over, that this body does have the authority to do that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Megan, then back over to Haipa.
Just as just to clarify, I'm just looking to clean up the record of the past and make sure that the changes are brought or are in the record, and that's all I'm requesting. There isn't any additional changes. I mean, you guys can see it on your email. It's just to clean up the record.
Haipa.
Okay. What Curtis had said, we did have this discussion lots of times. I was on the Judicial Committee way back then. Several other people were on the Judicial Committee way back then, and these things about the judges not getting their thing, that's just a lie, because we did interview everybody, and some people just didn't make the cut. The other thing is, it seems to be a huge conflict of interest, at least in my eyes, when our legal department can screen the judges and then bring those judges to council. We should have and sometimes we're interviewing the judges. So I really do not see a separation of powers here. And we go round and round. I brought this up before with previous council in our discussions and stuff, but of course my comments, my concerns and stuff were pushed aside and weren't listened to. So whichever it is, the point is, even though it was only 1 or 2 changes, again, removing the separation of powers is one change, but that's a huge change. And I don't think anybody I just don't think anybody should be standing for that where we don't have that separation of power. So anyhow, I made my motion for us to revert back to it was prior to that change, and then follow it up immediately with the resolution.
Lake Traverse.
I also have concerns. One of the things that I'm receiving calls from my district members about, that there's no way for them to file complaints the way that it stands right now. And so it's my understanding from the changes that they made is that everything goes back to legal. And so when the Judicial Committee was independent, and that way they made the decisions, and it doesn't go back to legal. And so I also see that we don't have separation of powers because of that. The courts have to be independent. They have to be, and I don't think they are right now. And so I have huge concerns about what you're asking us to vote in, even though it was voted on before, is what I understand. But where do our members complain? Who do they complain to?
question from Enemy Swim.
So I just want clarification from Lake Traverse. We talked about complaints on the rulings, staff, judges.
Complaints against judges and the courts.
But not the ruling.
No.
Can we let Megan speak?
So the way I see it here, though, is like, if we guys look at chapter 21, it specifies where the chief of staff comes in hand and who the chief court staff reports to. So the tribal court support staff, if there's any complaints, should go to, start with there, and then that should then go on to the chief judge. And then that's where the signatory authority of the vice chair comes in, if there's any complaints like that regarding personnel. And then if there's a code of conduct issue against the judges, it's been to my understanding that one way or another has to get brought to tribal council, because we're the ones that seat them with 2/3 vote either way. I guess that's how I look at it. If we were back, I don't see anything actually getting fixed. I'm going to be honest here. Because even within chapter 21, it says nothing with this chapter prevents council from enacting legislation. And so we're enacting legislation, but if you guys want a concrete separation, well then how are we going to be funding all these things if they're still tied to us no matter what, budget-wise, support-wise, and let's be honest, they come to us for direction anyways. And so it just seems like an odd circle to throw in there in my personal experience, but
I have a question.
honestly, whichever way this decides to go, I'll be supportive.
Vice Chairwoman.
Thank you.
I had a quick question. I thought there was already a resolution that made the separation of powers, even though the policy was, they were working on the policy, but there was a resolution when Vice Chair Johnson was in, because there was a situation that was brought up to council. So I thought there was already a council resolution called the separation of powers.
There might be.
There was, because of the issue, because then they were claiming that previous Vice Chairman Johnson was interfering when in fact he wasn't. I saw firsthand he wasn't interfering. It was quick questions regarding the hours of the office, because then they were discussing the premium pay of would they still, the issues of having a regular program underneath the vice chair. So I believe there was a motion made, and I thought, Gypsy, you made that motion, or you had something to do with that resolution. No? Okay.
We could clarify that, and I'll work with Verlin on finding that resolution or a motion.
There was one, yeah.
So wouldn't that be still in effect?
So there would.
Wouldn't that resolution still be in effect even if this policy changes? I mean, this
Correct.
code changes? So
Correct.
technically there will still be a separation of powers.
Correct.
And I just want to,
Okay, no, there was a resolution, when was that? In March of 2020. But that had to do with the Judicial Committee bringing it to the lawsuit against the vice chair because of whatever wasn't getting signed off on or done or something like that. And then this was made, and then Chapter 21 was changed. And Chapter 21, I think you have a resolution. Tribal laws outweigh resolutions. With the Chapter 21 as it is now, we don't have the separation of powers. So in my mind, this resolution is moot, this particular one that you're mentioning, because Chapter 21 doesn't have a separation of powers anymore. And the law, right, supersedes a resolution. Then the other thing is, what I was going to say, and I've said it before, is that yes, Dallas, our Enemy Swim is correct that council can take action on these things. But as I said, just because we have that power and the authority doesn't mean we need to use it, doesn't mean we should use it. And again, Chapter 21 didn't even have the input of all of council. When this change was originally made, it was one or two people that did it, and it was because in my mind, in my beliefs, is that it was some council members had a beef with the judge at that time. So, all conflict of interest and stuff, and so, and I'm thinking, let's just revert back to the way it was, and then the Judicial Committee can do the changes and update it, because at that time, we all knew it needed to be updated too, and it was in the process of doing that. But with everything that happened between then and now, the Judicial Committee ended up all resigning anyway because of all the stuff that was happening between council and judicial and court and what have you. So I think if we can reset this and put it back to where it was, can move forward with it.
Megan, then Vice Chairwoman.
So I don't think that's accurate what Gypsy's stating about one or two council people. This was passed by 2/3 of tribal council. And it was already, like I said, we're just looking to clean up the record. If we want to discuss other matters, I think definitely that could happen at another time. I realize that tribal councils has a short agenda or trying to get through all this stuff. We have additional requests. So I just like to move forward with cleaning up the record and reflecting resolutions for 21, 80, and 81.
We got a question from Vice Chairwoman.
I was just going to say the same thing. If we can just table this to discuss the difference between Judicial Committee and the work ordinance, so then you can go ahead and put out the specifics of the little piece of that you want from Judicial into the work ordinance or something like that. So should we go ahead and table it for sometime this week? We can do a WebEx meeting.
I know one thing we discussed was updating all these codes, and one thing I didn't get a chance to do was talk with Dallas a little bit on scheduling with all of tribal council and legal a time where you guys can go through all of those codes and start to have those discussions and start planning on updating all of those codes. So, Haipa.
Yes, I'm all for updating and changing and stuff, but in my mind, I'm trying to right a wrong the way I see it, and I still have a motion on the floor. So I hope somebody will second it. To revert to Chapter 21 that was in operation prior to the motion of August 4th, 2021. That motion, what was that number? 679?
Okay, we got a motion. Second from Lake Travers.
Question.
Question from All Agency.
Yes.
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 Dallas.
Yes.
No.
Kenneth Johnson? No. Joel White?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
No.
Tribal Secretary?
No.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Megan?
I'm also requesting a date. I did send an email to Tribal Council of March 17th or April 28th to swear in the justices that were appointed. Does council have a date, either one of those dates?
What was the other one? 17th and what?
March 17th or April 28th.
17th to Friday.
I thought it was a Saturday. Oh yeah, it's a Friday.
I would think that we probably need it sooner than later.
17th?
Everyone in agreement of 17th?
Yep.
17th?
Yeah.
Put it on that calendar, right?
Oh, this can be, yeah, we can do that.
March March 17th is a good date? Okay. I'll work with them on a time. Is the entire day open? Let's say like 1. 10? Not 10 a.m. Okay. Maybe the afternoon? All right.
1.
I have a question.
Got a question from Vice Chairwoman.
Did you still want us to make the motions on chapter 81 and 80? Because that's regarding the medical cannabis.
That's up to council. I didn't
I'll make a motion for
request
chapter
that.
80.
Motion from.
Question from agency.
There's previous motions 280 and 81 from December. We already had made motions to approve the resolutions and amendment.
Use your mic.
Okay, there's prior motions from December for motion 52. That covers chapter 81 medical cannabis code to approve the resolution and amendment. That's motion 52. And then for 80, that's motion 68 from last month as well.
Yeah, these are resolutions reflecting those motions that were made, amending those codes. The ordinance work group did not provide resolutions.
Okay.
So we're just cleaning up the record
Okay.
and providing those to council.
Okay.
Dallas made a motion.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Lake Traverse.
Question.
Question from all agency.
Mr. Chairman, the first one for 80. Dallas Owen,
Dallas.
Yes.
Lydia Amos, Kenneth Johnson, Joel White, Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Can we go ahead and make a motion for chapter 81?
Got a motion from Vice Chairwoman. Second from Lake Traverse. Question from Long Hollow.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Lydia Amos, Kenneth Johnson, Joel White, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Megan, can you quickly just explain those two for the people listening?
For 80 and 81?
80 and 81, yes. Thank you.
So chapter 80 discusses the, chapter 80 is the Economic Development Authority. Council, in the previous motions made by previous council, rescinded or suspended the code. The previous council made recommendations to make changes to Chapter 80 in regards to the economic development, the for-profit entities. Council had meetings. This was also provided to the ordinance work group, who did make comments to it. And the result is what I'm trying to provide to council today, and providing an update to the record on what was changed. These were provided to the ordinance work group, and they did make comments. Council made comments, and this was the result. But like I said, do you want me to go through the specific changes?
No, just
in general, I think we
Yeah.
just wanted to move forward with the for-profit entities and creating a board that works best for the tribe.
thank you.
Chapter 81. Chapter 81 is our cannabis code. That was amended by tribal council in regards to recommendations through the ordinance work group. Changes were made just to reflect consistency in that code, in working with the ordinance work group and with the regulations that were also passed and reviewed by the ordinance work group and the tribal council. But So there was just a few changes for consistency under Chapter 81.
Okay, thank you.
Addition to that, there was an update. There was a motion by tribal council for Chapter 3 to make that a 7-member election board. I do have some questions on that. And so our legal roundtable is scheduled for March 13th at 10 a.m. So I'd like to just update you on that one. They're ready to proceed. I just needed a direction on a few things. Also, we had discussed there was a prosecutor applicant who did apply for that position. I wanted to request a date for that interview. I know it's been hard to schedule things. Do you guys have any open dates? th.
A schedule for next week.
Next week. Okay. At this point on my report, I have litigation matters and contracts. So request to go into executive session.
Motion.
Okay, yeah. Floor is open for a motion to go into executive session. Motion from Vice Chairwoman. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from all agency.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adam, Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Nathan, Anthony Johnson, Joan White, Tribal Secretary, Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Okay, Megan, floor is open. Oh, we had a motion from Tribal Secretary. Second from Vice Chairwoman, and question from all agency.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Joel White? Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Chairman?
Thank you. Megan, floor is open.
Thank you, Tribal Council. After executive session discussion on contracts, Tony, are you there?
I'm here.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yes, okay, Tribal Council, so what we're asking for are motions to approve those contracts with the contractors as discussed with the DARE Rover program and legal department. I think the suggested motion would be, if you want, I can just do them in order. Motion to approve the contract with Ham Plumbing as discussed with DARE Rover program and legal in the amount of $36,451.24, and to authorize the chairman to countersign the agreement after Ham Plumbing signs the contract.
Okay, floor is open for motion.
Motion.
Motion from Vice Chairwoman. Second from Bakuli.
Question.
Question from Long Hollow.
This would be all the COVID building renovations? IT.
Building, yep.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Joel White?
Yeah.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Chairman, the next motion I would recommend is a motion to approve the contract with Montgomery as discussed with the DARE Rover program and legal in accordance with the bid package contract sum in the contract, and to authorize the chairman to countersign the agreement after contractor signs the contract.
Okay, floor is open for motion.
Can you state the amount?
$31,754.20.
Motion.
Okay, motion from Vice Chairwoman. Second from Lake Travers. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Correct.
I gotta double check with the COVID, see how much is left in that one before I say the new account. Yes. Straight up stuttered.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Joel White? Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Chairman, the next motion be a motion to approve the contract with Titan Machinery as discussed with the DARE Rover program and legal in the amount of $166,542.50, and to authorize the chairman to countersign the agreement after Titan Machinery signs the contract.
Okay, floor is open for a motion. Whole agency.
What did Titan Machinery have for this project?
What was that?
Do you know what they did?
What the,
Yeah, what did Titan Machinery have to contribute to this project?
according to the contract,
Are you saying what did they provide? The 2 generators and the transfer switch?
what did they supply under that contract?
Yeah, they supplied, according to the contract, it's 2 generators at $77,000 each, and a transfer switch, Winco 600 amp, $12,542.50 for a total of $166,542.50.
Make the motion to approve.
Okay, get a motion from all agency. Second from Long Hollow. Question from Bakuli.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Boyd?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Joan White?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Chairman, the next motion we're requesting is a motion to approve the contract with Johnson Controls, as discussed with the Dare Rover program and legal, the amount of $151,255.84, and to authorize the chairman to countersign the agreement after the contractor signs the contract.
Okay, floor is open for a motion. Motion from Tribal Secretary. Second from Long Hollow. Question from Bakuli.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Joan White? Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
And Chairman, the last motion we're requesting is a motion to approve the contract with Precision Construction, as discussed with the Dare Rover program and legal, amount of $20,865, and to authorize the chairman to countersign the agreement after the contractor signs the contract.
Okay, floor is open for a motion.
So moved.
Motion from all agency. Second from Long Hollow. Question from Lake Traverse.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Joan White? Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
thank you, Tribal Council. That was all we had for action items.
Thank you, Legal. Tribal Council, if there's no more questions, comments, concerns, can we get a motion to approve Legal's monthly report? Okay, got a motion from Big Cooley. Second from Lake Traverse. Question from Long Hollow.
Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Joan White? Brent? Randy Gypsy Juana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Yes. Chairman? Motion passed.
Thank you. Up next, we have DCA. Welcome. Some new faces on DCA. Congrats on winning your elections. Floor is yours. Marie?
Mr. Chairman, Council, I have a concern. You went into executive session and you have and Ms. Wynn able to sit in on this executive session. How do you know that nobody was listening in on whatever was discussed? I think that should have been a conflict. You shouldn't have included him in on this.
You got to comment? Vice Chairwoman?
Dallas, did you continue with your headphones?
What?
Did you continue using your headphones?
You're gonna have to speak up in the mic a little bit more.
When we were in executive session, did you continue with your headphones?
Well, yeah. Got my headset on, everything. Yeah, and then I got the door shut and locked behind me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on. Just DCA. Floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, Tribal Council and executives. Our Haipa District Chairman resigned due to his new position at Dakota Magic, so since I'm the Vice Chair, then I'll be taking over his position. What? Okay. All right, Haipa had our meeting February 19th. Motion number 1 is for SWO to manage Medicaid ourselves and to support Indian managed care entity to be formed by the Great Plains tribal leaders. Motion number 2, that our third-party billing stays with SWO at our IHS facility for patient care. Motion number 4, to accept the new adult members as listed. Motion number 5 is to accept the youth to adult member as listed. Motion number 7 is to hold off on the executive director position until there's a job description with their duties and to see what the funding options are. Motion number 9 is to receive $10.5 million prorated per district for housing and that each district funds. Motion number 10, that all SWHA minutes and policies be emailed to our council representative to be distributed to the Haipa membership. Motion number 11 is to accept a new elderly member. Motion number 12, that SWO Tribal Elderly gets their quarterly elderly district day. Motion 13 is to immediately open the Ulysses Abraham Elderly Nutrition Center for daily meals.
Any motions on the floor?
Make a motion to acknowledge the receipt of the Haipa District minutes.
Motion by Haipa,
Second.
second by Old Agency. Question by Long Hollow.
Brandon Gypsy Juana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Yes.
Joan White?
Traverse District meeting minutes.
Good afternoon, Executive Council. Traverse District Special Meeting. That was our election night, and that was the results. That page there are the results of our election. And we have one judicial rep, that was Dion Crawford, and we need that in resolution form. And that's done with that. And we had Lake Traverse District regular meeting on the 24th. Motion 4, Elderly Affairs, Elderly Nutrition Program, go back under the Tribal Secretary's office. Motion 5, direct Lake Traverse Council rep to get a copy original motion for SWC Student Union Center to support the ARP to complete the SWC Student Union Center project. Number 9, motion 9, report the wage study on casino employees. Or motion 8, to give tribal elders $100 and a meal in Dakota Magic every quarter. That's it for Lake Traverse District.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes from the Lake Traverse District.
Question by old agency.
Joan White? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Madam Secretary?
Yes.
Madam Vice Chairwoman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to Bikuli.
Good afternoon, council and executives. Bikuli had their regular district meeting on Sunday, February 26th. Motion number 4 was made to dissolve the SWO council ex officio conference board. Motions made regarding legislation go through the SWO committee. Overseeing legislation issue for the SWO and following the correct legislation process. SWO Council, SWO Chairman, South Dakota representatives, etc. Motion number 12 was made that Bikuli District encourages the SWO elderly open back up to serve meals at the Tribal Elderly Center. Motion number 13 was made to have Michael Greeley serve as the Bikuli District representative to the SWO Tribal Elderly Affairs Board as a lifetime term. Motion number 15 was made to approve the Bikuli District new adult membership as listed. Motion number 16 was made to approve the Bikuli District new youth membership pending relinquishment from old agency district as listed. Motion number 19 was made to keep the SWO Personnel Committee as a 7-member board, 1 from each district, and that's all the Bikuli District had.
Okay, no other questions, comments, or concerns? The floor is open for a motion to approve Bikuli's monthly report.
Motion to approve Bikuli's report.
We got a motion from Bikuli. Second from Long Hollow.
Question.
Question from Old Agency.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Joan White? Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook? Yes. Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to Long Hollow.
Good afternoon, council and execs. Long Hollow had our special meeting January 10th. Motion 1 is to approve all election results. Long Hollow had an exec meeting February 9th. Motion 1 to approve youth to adult membership as listed. And then Long Hollow had our regular scheduled meeting February 25th. Motion 2 is to not 638 Indian Health Service. Motion 3 for SWO Tribe to release remaining ARPA funds to Long Hollow District. Motion 23 is to accept all off-the-floor election results. Motion 29 is to raise monthly gaming disbursements for all 7 districts by 25%. Motion 32 to accept youth to adult as listed. Motion 33 is to approve new youth membership as listed. Motion 34 is to reaffirm motion 27 from September 15th, 2022 meeting, approving new youth, and also motion 29 from September 15th, approving new memberships as listed. And that's it from Long Hollow.
Okay, any questions, comments, concerns from Tribal Council? No? Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve Long Hollow's monthly report. Motion to approve. Okay, and a motion from Long Hollow. Second from the latency. Question from Tribal Secretary. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council and executives. Following is the SWO district meeting minutes from February 18th, 2023. Motion number 3 was made to accept all adult and youth new membership. Motion 5 was made to move the tribal holiday recognition from December until June. Motion 8 was made to have SWO District Member Gabe Kadushka accompany the delegation to Washington, D.C. with council. Motion number 9 was motion to seek funding from the tribe first and the district second to send Gabby with council to Washington. And finally, motion so the motion was made to give the 7 members of the higher action. Motion 14 was made to have the peace commission to set up a plan to recruit our young men and women as federal officers.
Any questions, comments, and concerns from Tribal Council? If not,
Motion to acknowledge the receipt of the SWO district minutes.
okay, a motion from Anderson. Second from all agency. Question.
And council, just, they've gotten February 16th, that includes the election results. I'm just gonna put those in and list those two.
Yes, vote.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson, Joan White,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Buffalo Lake had a short speak meeting. The rest of our meeting will be held next Wednesday. And we will do our council report and all our committee reports then also. Right now we have motion number 1, motion number 2 to approve youth to adult memberships. And motion number 3 is to approve youth memberships. That's all we have.
Okay, any questions, comments, concerns from tribal council? Okay, got a motion from Buffalo Lake. Second from the agency. Question from the Cooley.
Kenneth Johnson. Joan White. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Now we know. We can't chance for us. I better than you know, share when we need to not be loud. Won't be done. I tell you, KP didn't have a meeting this month. We had 2 TOS plays that lost family members and custom that we started a few years ago. During the week of our district meeting, we don't hold our meeting, and our councilman was on travel too, so we didn't get no update of anything. Plus, we're all getting along, and we all love each other, so everything's great at Oregon. But we do have one concern, that I've been driving back to the door. I get kicked out, and I'm driving in another door, and okay, here I come with that old dog, section 17. JP was supposed to bring in the resolution that was prepared a year ago, or 6 months ago. I don't know if she did, Sharon. I know I spoke to her, but I have one copy of it. But, I mean, that's just wanted to bring up a discussion because, like I said in the past, and we had our meeting with the BIA director, he made a couple changes to the resolution, and upon that, he said he would pass it and send it on to Washington after you guys reaffirmed it or made that resolution official. And it was very encouraging that you guys have also stepped forward with Section 17. And I think it's the best thing for our tribe, help the turnover of our businesses, bring professionalism in. So I don't know when you want to address this. I'm assuming it's not today, but I got a chance to bring it in, so I brought it up again. Susie told me to bring it in, so. So that's the only request I have, if we can address that here or soon or later or something, because we like to move forward with what we're trying to do. But you know.
Yeah, I think, I know we had planned a jurisdiction meeting with all of you and us, and to go over that MOU. I guess that'd be a good time. I guess we can discuss this issue too, and how we want to proceed forward. As you know, Tribal Council passed a motion to pursue Section 17. We just haven't gotten down into the details on how we wanted to do that. So we haven't even discussed it any further as far as what we want to do. So I think it'd be important to sit down with all of you and figure that out, how we want to proceed.
Have you decided to keep going forward with Old Barry? Is that his name?
As far as I know, we RFP'd that, and then I'm not even sure where that's at.
The letter intent should be coming, it should have came in Monday, so let me check on it when I meet with procurement sometime this week, and then we'll go ahead and inform your council executives to council reps to let you all know.
So let's schedule another meeting together, and we'll try to figure out how we want to proceed with that. I know we were working towards that, but then again, the storms kind of just slowed us down a little bit, and we got to get back to meeting again and planning all these different initiatives that we had planned and we talked about. So when's your guys' next meeting?
The fourth Monday of the month. 27th. I just want you to know that Jenny came in the room.
Jesse, isn't 27th your district meeting?
Is it our turn to buy?
I'm going to unleash her.
Jesse, do we have to change the date? Okay, so it's okay if your district
So where do you guys plan on meeting at with your meeting this month?
We can let you know.
As long as you're buying, I'll be there.
Okay, we can get a hold of you when our next meeting is, as soon as Debbie gets it set up. Okay, the only thing that three districts came in with today was to open the meals at the elderly, but I understand you guys already made a motion for April 1st to open it up.
Yep. Vice Chairwoman.
I also noticed, I believe it was Lake Traverse who made the motion for elderly nutrition and elderly affairs to be moved back under the tribal secretary. It was never moved. We have a copy of the programs that we can forward to you all, so you can see exactly which programs are under each executive, because it was never moved. So just to let you all know.
I know that was the plan, but when we looked at it, it was never moved there. So.
Lake Traverse.
I think one of the concerns with that is that the elderly program went under elderly nutrition, and that's what they didn't like, was that they wanted it to kept separate. So now now the program manager there answers to Ron. Yeah, I think that was the concern about that.
It was never moved over or transitioned over officially. So, but I can take a look at it.
Okay, and then some of the issues that we brought up last couple months, Roberts County MOU, is that still ongoing?
Yeah, we need to, so we were trying to get together maybe it was 2 weeks ago, and Gary had a scheduling conflict. So I reached back out to them, and they're coming up with some dates, but definitely wanted to include DCA in that meeting so that we can address those concerns that keep coming up. So I guess I'll get a hold of Debbie once we figure out that schedule. I'll propose the 27th. Should I just do that since we're meeting that time anyway? Okay. Jesse.
There was language last time we met that the services of Roberts County was going to be RFP'd out to other jails that hopefully will treat our tribal members a little bit more fairly. Was that RFP'd out or not? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll check with Gary if that ever happened. I don't know if Curtis or our previous council remembers if that ever happened, but RFP out the other jails as a resource for housing our members.
Well, I know they do, but I don't know if we had an MOU with them either. That was never answered either, so.
Just one that's expired. We have one
I know
that's expired.
Marshall, Day, and Grant, I believe, were the other ones. Coddington, yeah. I don't know if we have an MOU for those guys like we do Roberts County. So.
Haipa.
We had the motion when I made the motion for the RFP or the MOU for Roberts County was to include the surrounding, to get an MOU with the other counties, and I do not believe that has ever happened. not an RFP, but we had done an MOU, because from what I understood, or what we were told, is that our members were being taken to other counties and we didn't have an MOU. But I don't know if we have any complaints from other county jails. Somebody said we should probably get an MOU with them anyway, just for protection cases, I guess. I don't know.
I think Richland County too, in Wapaton was in on that too. We take them there too.
Jesse?
I'm starting to believe that, I think maybe the police commission, I don't know who, ex officio, is it Brandon? Maybe the police commission should handle that. Because I see there's a couple motions that they want more authority with the police commissioners. I think it's due to the inactivity of our police department. You know, that we're not being answered here, you know. You guys are playing too nice with us, so we're really digging to find someone to come in here and complain about that. But I think if something's not working, we got to fix it. I mean, that was the whole plan from the beginning. Thank you.
So is that, I guess we'll have to sit down with legal too, put that on there. I guess we'd have to take a look at those bylaws, right? And if we want to put teeth in there, I guess that's something we have to work together and decide.
Yeah, because I know at one time the police commission did have that authority, hiring and firing. So disciplinary actions.
Okay, we got a question from Enemy Swim.
So in regards to the police commission and giving them administrative authority, I believe it could be in the best interest if they just were, if the police commission just worked with the executives and the legal team to get something situated, because I feel like that could, like, the police commission knows what they want, because I'm pretty sure they're the ones bringing it to the districts. So if we let them helm that one with Dickie and yourself, I think we could get to a fruitful conclusion sooner than later. And so I'll be willing to make that motion for that effect.
Okay, we got a motion from Enemy Swim.
Okay, what is his motion? What is your motion, Dallas? Or Enemy Swim?
Can you clarify?
To have the chairman and ex officio and the police commission work with legal to amend their bylaws for administrative authority.
Okay, so I have a question. I had, when we talked about this before, somebody had told me this has to be done with the BIA, right? It doesn't matter if we change the bylaws, something has to be done with the BIA. Is that
I'm sure legal
correct?
will be able to help them out.
Okay, well, either way, I'll second that motion.
Vice Chairwoman.
All right, well, my quick question is, if we're going to allow the police commission to have this authority, are we going to be allowing every other board member on board to have authority over other programs as well then? Because that would be that is technically our job. That would be my own.
May I rebuttal, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, you may rebuttal.
So within the Constitution, all boards and committees are extensions of council, and it's an extension of our authority. So I view this as council extending our authority to delegate this and to empower this committee further. That's how I'm looking at it. It's constitutionally that aspect of it. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
If I can rebuttal, my thing would be, it's an executive issue, not a legislative. I understand it can be a legislative issue, but I believe it would be an executive issue first if we have the captain of the police force to work with the tribal chairman first. If you want to rebuttal.
I understood that fact, and that's why I included a member of the administration, the chairman, who Gary answers to directly, in with the motion. So we got three different angles, hopefully working towards a working solution with legal, so that way we're not skipping anything that may end us up hot water, whether that be BIA, districts, or constitutionality part of it. So that was the aspect I was coming from.
I got a rebuttal too. The way you're talking about, Madam Vice Chair, is the way it is, and it's not working. And I totally agree with the representative from Ebony Swim that just a little switch up on one committee may be a good example that might come down the road to benefit all committees. Because we have a lot of inactivity on a lot of our committees. And for us to start fixing them one by one, I think that's the answer to this administration's. I mean, you guys are bottled up big time. And I understand that's why you're doing the executive director position to help free your time up to deal with real problems, not everyday problems that can be handled normally. But I really appreciate Dallas and his brave move to what he's doing. So that's my rebuttal.
Dion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only recommendation that I would have is to also include HR, because you're looking at a personnel issue, and if you're changing supervision, that could really lead to, I mean, you're probably going to have to amend job descriptions in that, so I would just recommend to include HR. Thank you.
Haipa?
I amend my motion to include HR.
Okay, Haipa?
So, you know, we've talked about the other boards and committees and what they're doing and stuff, and we wanted to do, looking at all of them. We talked about that before and stuff, and I was like gonna say, did any of you have a chance to reach out to that Kimberly Lowe yet? She supposedly has a retainer yet, and had already done that one, so just a reminder.
No. Okay, we got a motion from Enemy Swim. Was a second? Second from Haipa. Do we got a question? Question from all agency.
Yes.
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 No. Thank you.
Okay, then next one is the Civil Rights Office still moving forward?
So we are currently working with using gaming funds. So if we can find, we're trying to work on the grant first before we move forward, because I really don't want to start throwing gaming funds if we have a grant that can cover that expense. So give me about 1 more month to work on the grant. If we're not able to, we can go ahead and move forward with possibly, I don't know if you want to actually hire an individual into an office or a consultant to do civil rights only. So it's technically like 3 different options on the table right now.
Okay, and then the next one is the election code. Is that moving forward to get the 7-member board in place? Who's over judicial?
Can't quite hear.
Can you ask the question?
The 7-member board to revising Chapter 3 election code.
Oh, yes. So we were going to meet on there, and as you guys know, we've had a snowstorm a week here, and so we're trying to, and then it sounds like we're having another snowstorm this Thursday, but legal is working on a draft form to be given to the ordinance work group, and then from there, the ordinance work group will give their input, and then try to take it out to districts as soon as possible. So it's definitely in the works. Just the snowstorm just kind of wrecked the timeline a little bit.
Okay, and then the timeline on the jail. What's the estimate timeline on getting that started?
I just got an update from that. So as soon as construction crews can mobilize, they'll be getting in there and getting started. So hopefully June when the done snowing.
Hopefully. Okay, and the next one is in February passed motion 36 to contact NARF and American Civil Liberties Union. Is that still going forward?
Yeah, we actually have a call with Van Norman after you guys on that issue, so.
And the gaming board, is that still going forward to policies?
Yep, we have bylaws, we just need to review them, and I'll let Lexi talk a little bit.
We did request it from the legal team to forward those. They gave us the other policies. I guess there's two different kind of policies we have right now. So we're waiting for the other one regarding the districts. And then I was going to forward that to Debbie, or Deb, so she can forward to you guys with your recommendations, because I know you guys have recommendations as well. So that way we can combine both of our recommendations to work together for those policies.
Okay, and the next one was, you know, back in, was it 2018 or 19, when the council, they hired, was it Red W, to do the district audits? And I know at one time, and I don't know if they ever paid them, but I know in March 2020, when the pandemic hit, they were actually supposed to come to our district to do an on-site visit. And then the pandemic hit and they never did. So what's the status on those audits?
So I did receive so I was told not to call them audits because they weren't able to be completed. They're called assessments and compilations. So I have a report for every single of your guys' district. So I will go ahead and forward those reports to your council, and I'll probably forward to Deb as well, so you guys can see what the auditors had stated regarding each of your guys' district. And then I would like to make note of what we can do to move forward, because from my understanding, it cost us about $100,000 for it. And because it wasn't actual that much stuff to review for future audits, or compilations or assessments, depending on how far we're able to get completed before we're gonna go ahead and start that, it's possible that it can go up to $200,000, $300,000, just depending on how extensive your, how far you guys got moving forward of your books and everything, if you guys made improvements or not, because I believe some of you guys made improvements since then. So it might be more work for the auditor, so it might go up higher. And I think I was actually going to prepare for each of you a report regarding distributions of how much we put towards your guys' audits, elderly cards, because I believe there's a motion from you guys to increase to 25%. So I was going to give you a total of exactly how much we give to each district regarding that information. So that way, moving forward, if we can, I guess you can say, negotiate on who's going to be paying for these audits. But
yeah, because I think if I remember right, in the accounting code, didn't it say that the tribe would pay every odd year for district audits?
Yeah, so then I was wondering if you guys are going to, what year would this considered be? Because if we already missed a year, and then I guess moving forward, if we're going to have you guys get audited every year besides every odd year. So that's something that we can possibly talk about on the 27th meeting.
Okay.
Lisa?
I remember when Daryl was in office, it was every other, it was a review, and then the next year was an audit. And we didn't have to pick up the cost on either of them. That's how it was set. And how long ago was that?
That's why I would like to negotiate, because of the fact that I believe you guys are requesting that we also pay for your new accounting system, from what I was told. I don't know if you guys actually did state that. That's what I was informed. So I would like to discuss of different possibilities of what the tribe will be covering for each district, and then if we're going to continue covering each audit or every odd audit year. Because we do have other, not just district audits, but we also have nonprofits and for-profits asking us to also pay for their audits. So it's starting to become tribe cover every audit.
Tribal Secretary.
So that was discussed back in 1819 about going under the tribe's servers. So all the districts would be connected. So then it would just be one audit that the tribe would cover. That's the discussion that was said back then. So, yeah. So like you guys would be connected. So there would be just, instead of you guys having a check every month for your distribution, that would automatically go into your guys' banking accounts through here. So then you guys would then fall under ours audit cycles, and then therefore your guys' would be included automatically into ours. And that's how the guy we talked to up at the Magic at that time said that could be a possibility, that you guys, all 7 districts, would be connected to the tribe moving forward, and they could do that. So, and that was the last discussion actually we had with, that's when we were trying to upgrade our whole system here. That was the actual last time we've actually talked to somebody at length on asking them a lot of questions about that, you know, how they could set up this, and this. A lot of it was for the tribe to, you know, get better at what we were doing here, like going paperless, etc. So, I mean, just a faster process. So that was the last conversation we had, was I think in 18. No, 19. You're correct.
Okay, and the last issue is, how long is Ross going to be here? I know that he was hired for a consultant, but
Oh, something must have happened.
His contract ended February 28th.
pardon?
His contract ended February 28th.
Oh, so whatever the district was working on with him, then it's just got to get somebody else, or
Forward it to Steve Gunn.
Okay.
Dion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it would have been nice to have been informed of that. You know, I think that some of us are in the middle of projects, some of us are needing that assistance, especially since many of our districts opted to do economic assistance in lieu of, or financial assistance in lieu of economic development. So there is still that need for economic development, and that was our plan. You know, I know that one of the task orders was, the main task order was to work with the districts, yet, and maybe you did it when you guys all sat around the table and ate, but it didn't come up at our district meeting, you know, that this was going to become an issue because, you know, and I have tons of respect for Mr. Gunn. You know, we worked closely with him for a long time. However, he's not an economic development guy. So that it's going to leave a hole, and it would have been very, very nice to be consulted about that before that contract was up.
Vice Chairwoman?
I think we need another option, personally, for our districts. And if we have to bear that expense, then let us know that so that we can plan for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairwoman?
Actually, that decision was just made within this past, hour, 2 hours, not to move forward with it. So, and we discussed with council of what projects were needing to be completed. And from my understanding, Buffalo Lake was the only district that needed to be completed. Otherwise, all the other districts were completed with using, well, why didn't, oh, the website. You're going to be assisting with the website. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so it would be the website and Buffalo Lake. But I guess the process that we have is that Ross does assist with it, and then it comes through council, and then it goes through Steve Gunn. So we're paying 2 people to look at one project. So I guess we were trying to assist moving forward of using those ARPA funds to other projects than paying 2 consultants. So that was just the discussion while we were in here.
Dion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, that is not the only project for Lake Traverse. We have a business that we want to develop, that we have funding for, and it's out of Steve Gunn's realm, as much respect as I have for him. And I think, you know, in our meeting, there are other districts that have other projects. Could have waited an hour and consulted us, would have been really nice. Thank you.
Jesse?
So I agree back when Dickie was sitting over here with us that we've never felt like Steve Gunn represented us I doubt if he could tell you where the 7 districts were, you know. So that's kind of my hang up with Steve. Steve's a great guy, all that good stuff. And I know you're trying to cut costs, but you also got to look at the service. When we were trying to get a lot of these things through, we were always told it was Steve Gunn that was holding it up. Don't know if that's true or not, but that's what we were told. But that was, I agree with Dion. We keep talking about we're going to work together, and then this happens an hour ago before we come in, and nobody even tells us. So we're back to we're not working together. We only work together when you guys want to work with us. It's not when we want to work with you guys. So it's still not going back and forth the way we all hugged and sang Kumbaya and when we first started. So, but just a reminder.
Lisa?
For Buffalo Lake District, we handed in our stuff way last fall, our whole packet of the renovations we wanted to do to our district center, of what we wanted to do to our business. And Ross, he always gave us the impression, and I believe him, that he always bumped heads with Steve Gunn. That Steve this, Steve don't, Steve, God dang, okay, who? And we never met Steve Gunn. We never seen Steve Gunn. I couldn't even tell you who he is. But Ross helped us. I mean, if he's out of the way, okay. Because I just talked to Sonny this morning now. He said that I have to give our packet that we submitted, and I reminded him in December, and I sent him another packet in December, and sent him an email in December. We got to start all over again now. So when is that going to stop? And when are we going to get our funds to do what we want to do?
Tribal Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So like the Vice Chairwoman was saying, I mean, we just got word that his contract had ended February 28th. So, just discussion about 2 hours ago, I mean, they just decided to go with that. So that's where that's at. I mean, we didn't know either. So he was on contract till the end of February, and then that's where it's at, Ross. But the other thing is that I know there's some that like Ross, there's some that like Steve Gunn, there's some that care for Ross, there's some that don't care for Steve Gunn. The bottom line is that we give all of our stuff to Steve Gunn before it hits our table, the executives table, because he writes it in a way that where he's going to defend it if need be. That's always been the case. That's why we have him on staff, is that he's a lawyer at the end of the day, and he writes it to where if Congress came in and said, we want to look at certain things of your ARPA funding and what you guys have done, Steve is right there to defend that. So that's why Steve Gunn is there. And that's why he's the one that we send everything to. And then it comes to the executive committee, and then it comes to council for final approval. That's how it's always been. So, and Ross was hired on a consulting contract, which ended February 28th. And like I said, we just got word today that it was ended. So, yes. Thank you.
Dion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not going to say it out loud, but I know the hourly rates of both of those individuals. So we're going to pay the hourly rate of Steve Gunn to help us with our business plans. And is he also going to take over on the SSBCI? Because that was one of the other task orders that was covered by Ross, which was a service that Lake Traverse had wanted to develop our business.
So Ross was hired to do ARPA. That's what he was paid under to do. So is SSBI under ARPA?
He has a task order for SSBCI through planning.
Okay, because I know planning hired Corals and Brady too.
I think that was to write the grant. The SSBCI for the TA was Ross. I think he has a task order for that.
I think we asked too about that because that came up and that was not in his contract. So his main contract was to work on the ARPA funding.
It was, and then I think that, do you remember everything was based on task orders? So that was one of the task orders was the SSBCI because the need with planning was to assist with the grant. And yeah, so is that going to be See, you should have asked me. I
So
would have
that,
told you.
the SSBI to me is a planning issue. So to me, I feel like they need to probably work on that going forward because that originally came from there.
So then my original question was, Steve's going to help us write our business plan then and do our planning for our business, correct?
Well, I thought that's what we hired Clarence for.
Oh, you hired Clarence?
Well,
Because you just
we're in
said
the process of it.
Well, you just said that you were going to do an RFP for that.
Well, there was an RFP. I think it ended, do you know when? Ended on Friday.
We allowed it to extend it until Monday due to the winter storms. So from my understanding, Clarence O'Berry did put a letter of intent. I have to double check because I haven't checked with procurement yet of who all put the letter of intent.
Okay, because I know that was a motion that was passed when I was on council. You know, and I don't know if we're not following through on previous council's motions anymore or not, but, you know, if that's where we're going, so that's what we're gonna, so the consultant is not gonna be Ross anymore, it's gonna be Clarence. That's gonna help us with our businesses.
I think at this point, probably, I'm gonna say yeah, if it comes to that, because, and then, in conjunction with planning too, I mean, so between them two, yeah, it's probably gonna move forward with them, if that's the direction council wants to go.
Hypa.
Thank you. I guess I'm just going to say the bottom line is his contract expired February 28th. We were talking about this today, came up in council with legal's report, asking what do we want to do with it. And I'm just now wondering well, if Ross wanted to work with us longer, he could have presented an updated contract or saying, can we extend my contract, whatever. At this point, when we discuss this in council with legal, we didn't just say, we're going to leave DC out of this discussion and ignore what they want. We're going to do this. I mean, because we represent the same people. We're from the same districts. And we talked about it, and I asked everybody in here, do we have to have Ross as this person for ARPA? And we all agreed that we spend a lot of money. One of the words somebody uses that we're paying the middleman more than the end product we're getting. He's getting paid, I don't know how many thousands a month. And if we have other attorneys and other resources within our tribe that we can utilize for this same thing, let's do that. And we all agreed that, yeah, our districts, we could utilize Steve Gunn or, some of this stuff is economic development. That's what planning is supposed to be for. So we all agreed that we would not renew his contract. And we didn't just make this decision lightly and say, oh, there it is. We had a long discussion about it. And we talked about all these concerns that you're bringing up. These were all discussed. We talked about it and brought up the what if situations and stuff. So I just want you to be aware of that because, we didn't take it lightly either. And we know that there's a lot out there. And again, this is one of the things, as our vice chair said earlier, she's trying to hold strict to our budgets and making sure see where we can save money and not waste money and, just making it the best possible situation for the tribe. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. I have a couple issues, but I'll wait for the 27th meeting. But that's all DCA has today.
Okay, if there's no other questions, comments, concerns, the floor is open for a motion to approve DCA report.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, motion from Hypa. Second from Tribal Secretary. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 That's what I kept saying, you have district meeting at 27, you have to change it.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Did my hand go up?
Yes. Thank you.
We got two more items too, I think.
Yeah, they
Yeah.